Radio Play Comics is meant to adapt the stories mostly of great unadapted old and forgotten comics from the past. I use voice acting and narration to abridge the work as much as possible without lessening its impact, and to bring these stories to life the best way I can. Please enjoy. Hi, I'm Nick, and welcome to the Fusion Space for today's episode of Radio Play Comics, Mike Grell's Green Arrow 4, Broken Arrow. This is the 5th video total in my adaptation of Mike Grell's run of Green Arrow, which began in 1988 with the miniseries The Longbow Hunter, and I've continued in 8-issue increments from there. Oliver Queen has settled into his new life as Seattle's street-level guardian, taking down human foes such as drug pushers, murderers, and smugglers rather than supervillains, while the book tackled real-life issues such as growing older and trying to find your place in a world that's changing around you, the morality of crime, punishment, and vigilante justice, love and loss in the hero profession, and dealing with psychological trauma. This episode is going to be more along the lines of the latter than the former, as it's a little light on action and adventure, but the other episodes, especially those featuring Shadow, more than make up for it. So keep the context in mind, and I hope it will be no less entertaining because of the greater focus on drama. In this episode, Oliver will first have a run-in with another Mike Grell character, the Warlord, also known as Travis Morgan, who adventures in a hollow earth realm known as Skartaris, and usually fights dinosaurs, dragons, wizards, and the like, in a setting that's lovingly reminiscent of Tarzan and Conan the Barbarian stories. It seems that Travis bears a striking resemblance to Oliver Queen, who has made enemies all over town, all of whom mistake Travis for him, and many of them end up at the point of his sword. Travis finds Oliver to hash it out with him and ends up helping Oliver and Dinah defend their home during an attack by gangsters out for revenge on Green Arrow. It's a fun team-up for fans of both comics, as many had pointed out over time that the two characters bore a resemblance to each other, when in fact Warlord's look was based on Mike Grell himself, when he created him in 1975. Up second is a sad story inspired by the real-life disaster of the Exxon Valdez, an oil tanker which caused a huge spill and long-running efforts to repair the damage to the environment. It was the first such incident that gained widespread attention and public outcry and eventually helped cause new safety policies in the oil industry to be developed. This story replicates the events with an extra layer of culpability laid at the corporation's feet, which the story disclaims as pure conjecture for legal reasons, but it echoes the public sentiment at the time. Oliver Queen sets out to track down the ship's captain, placed in hiding by the oil company, while most of the story is narrated by a coyote, serving as the voice of the natural world. The third story concerns increased drug and gang activity in neighborhoods where families live, leading to open threats against and some of the neighbors who decide to fight back with weapons of their own, having previously served in the military. Green Arrow eventually decides to get involved, having dealt with this particular gang leader before way back in The Gauntlet, in the first proper episode, Hunter's Moon. However, he's bitten off more than he can chew this time, and it will be up to Dinah as Black Canary to rescue him with guns blazing. Following that, our fourth and final story sees Oliver visit another character from the very first issue, the therapist Annie Green, to deal with his own trauma from being kidnapped and tortured, just as she helped Dinah through her own after her capture in the Longbow Hunters. Oliver sets himself to rights enough to get back in uniform and go on a revenge quest in this episode's climax, striking at the heart of the drug smuggling operation on foreign soil, with help from yet another old friend, Eddie Fires. But has Eddie only set Oliver up for an even larger fall? That cliffhanger will carry on to the next episode. This is a slow period for the book, which is itself a feature of being an experimental mature reader's title. The book would often focus on Oliver's relationships and inner life in response to events around him, and the pace is a huge departure from most superhero comics of the time, where it seems like big events are lined up one after another and a new disaster is always looming over the horizon. Instead, this book tried to replicate the feeling of a real person's life passing and a real character growing as things change him, just as they do for all of us. In this way, I find that it makes even the concept of a superhero more relatable, more human. So now, without further ado, let's begin. Any kid can tell you, you can't judge how deep a puddle is by looking at it from the top. Sometimes you have to get right in and wade through it to find out what's really at the bottom. Two punks notice a man in a bar with a rucksack wearing a large overcoat.
It's him, man. I'd know that bastard anywhere. Hey, man, remember me? I've got a little reminder of our first meeting. Remember this asshole?
The lead punk shows the man his scarred palm.
I'd eat 18 months on account of you and your Robin Hood routine. Now I'm gonna give you something to remember me by.
The attacker pulls a knife.
Ching.
Hey, I don't want any trouble in here.
The man in the coat blocks his stab,
Yes.
then flips the punk over while taking the knife, and sticks it through his scarred palm, pinning him to the bar.
Ah!
No trouble. The stranger walks away. Meanwhile, Green Arrow returns home after a fight in the pouring rain. They call this the Evergreen State. 3 guesses why. Hint number 1, the state animal is a slug. Hint number 2, the state bird is a flying fish. Hint number 3, and the state flower is mildew. One good thing about the rain, it washes away the blood. Back at home, Dinah bandages his arm. You're getting pretty good at this.
Practice makes perfect.
What you mean is, I'm getting too old for this.
What I mean is, you're just like me. Old enough to know better, but too stubborn to quit.
Let's hear it for juvenile irresponsibility.
Hip hip.
How come you hardly ever get hit?
Because I remember to duck.
Oh, I see. Maybe you think you've got a thing or two to teach me.
Sure. Come downstairs.
You know what they say about old dogs.
Yes, but if I could at least housebreak you, that would be something.
Let me guess. I forgot to put the lid down again. The man in the overcoat walks in the rain when he is greeted by an inviting voice.
Hi, baby. Want a party?
Party?
Yeah, you know. Party.
I'm afraid I don't.
Screw.
Oh, no thanks, but I do appreciate the offer. Seems like this town is friendlier than I thought.
Very.
He walks away and is then greeted by a far less inviting voice.
Look who's here.
4 thugs ready their weapons as they surround him.
Just in time for a little batting practice. A lot of guys got you figured for some kind of hot shot, but not me.
The lead thug raises his bat as his target reaches into a long case on his back.
I figure you for me.
As the bat comes down, the stranger meets its swing, and suddenly the thug is holding the chopped hilt of a bat.
Huh?
The thugs all run away.
No!
Oliver lies down on his back. That was pretty good. Let's do that again.
You're a glutton for punishment.
Dinah helps him off the mat in her karate gi. You got lucky. That helps him right back down again with a classic judo toss. And gets a top hit. No fair. I wasn't ready. They kiss. Okay. Now I am. Enter. The stranger walks over a bridge in the rain when a car pulls up beside him and 4 men get out.
Looks like a lucky night. Except for you. I've got something that belongs to you.
The man pulls out a bloody arrow and throws it at the stranger, who catches it.
I thought you'd have the sense to know when to back off, but I guess I thought wrong. That little incident tonight is not the kind of thing that we can just let happen. Benny was a worm, but he was my worm-in-law. Somebody has to pay. Somebody has to be an example, so others don't get the idea they can just do as they please. I'm afraid there are rules, and you broke a whole bunch. I want he should splatter when he lands.
I don't think this is the same guy, Eddie.
Come on, how many guys in this town look like that?
The men surround him at the edge, and one pulls out his gun.
Okay, chump, let's do this the easy way. Jump!
Hey, Eddie? I think Hugo's right. This isn't. The stranger grabs the man's hand and yanks it behind himself, making him shoot Hugo. He slams the man's arm into his knee, and he drops his gun. Another man begins to draw, but the stranger throws the bloody arrow at him before he can fire, piercing his throat. Lightning crashes as the stranger leaps into action, knocking the men away like a wild animal. As he punches another on the ground, the 2 remaining men get back in the car.
This definitely ain't the same guy, Eddie. Get in the car. I'll show you how to handle this son of a bitch.
He reaches into his pack as the car bears down on him.
Die, mother!
The stranger draws a huge gun and fires. The car rolls to a stop.
You shot my car? You shot my car? Up until now, I was only irritated. But you people are starting to piss me off.
The stranger lifts the driver's chin with his gun barrel.
Now, let's have a nice little chat.
Oliver awakens to a knocking on his door.
I'm coming.
A knocking that only grows more insistent.
For crying out loud, hold your horse.
He opens the door.
Hey, you look just like...
So I hear.
From about half the population of Seattle, who all want you dead. Whatever you've been doing to piss these people off.
The stranger decks Ollie.
Cut it out!
Continued next month. Later, the gangsters regroup in an office building. Their leader is even more intent on his revenge after the incident on the bridge, and makes plans to assault Oliver and Dinah's home. But first, they'll need a diversion to distract the cops in their area. Meanwhile, Oliver regroups on his floor. Siege.
What the hell is going on here?
You stay out of this, little lady. I've been in this town 24 hours, and so far I've been dodging knives, clubs, guns, goons, and cars, and it's his fault.
This is my home, Buster.
Then why don't you go back to the kitchen?
Dinah slugs him before he can finish. The stranger joins Ollie on the floor.
I could have warned you about that. Damn, I'm getting tired of being knocked down by a woman.
Does it happen to you often?
Only when I go home. Can't figure out exactly what it is, but I must be doing something wrong. Ma'am, I apologize for being out of line, but you really should have a word with this guy about putting a limit on his enemies. He got about half of Seattle wanting to kill him.
I'll think about it.
This is Dinah Lance, and I'm Oliver Queen.
Hell, I know that. People on the street told me all about you. Took me almost a, hour to locate you.
What's your name?
Morgan.
Morgan what?
The Raider. Haven't used that one in a while.
Looks like you've been traveling. Where are you from?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Sonny.
Sonny?
You two could be brothers. Even twins.
Sure, except one of us is a lot shorter, fatter, balder, uglier.
Well, some people obviously have a great deal of trouble telling you apart.
The beard and mustache help some, and we are about the same age.
That's a funny one. Unless you were born in 1926.
That's impossible. You don't look a day over 50.
I try to stay active, and nothing is impossible. Trust me.
Dinah pours them all coffee in the kitchen.
What do you do, Morgan? I suppose you could say I'm a military man. Air Force. Used to be.
Retired?
Well, once upon a time. When you were probably trying to stay in school and avoid the draft for just a little while longer. I was a pilot. Not just any pilot. Hush-hush kind of stuff. Anyway, I got myself shot up over Russia and wound up bailing out. According to today's paper, that was over 20 years ago. Strange how you lose track.
What happened?
Well, let's just say time flies when you're having fun. Finally, I just started walking, hit Alaska in January, and hitched a ride on an Air Force transport. I suppose the curiosity got to me more than anything. I wanted to see what the world had done to itself in 20 years. And? I'm not surprised. I just thought we might have learned something. Some things are better, some are worse. People haven't changed much, still fighting over nothing. I kinda wonder, what happened to all those bright kids who were going to change the world? Maybe they didn't care enough after all. All in all, I think I would have been better off staying put.
The head gangster has called in all the help he can. He tells the men there will be a blackout in the city tonight, and to steal and cause as much loud chaos as they can, anywhere but Ollie's street.
What have you been doing until now? Traveling, having a look at the country, seeing how things have changed. More women are working now, which is fine, and more men are wearing earrings, which is weird. Liberal has become a dirty word, but at least Teddy Kennedy never got to be president, indicating the country hasn't totally lost its mind.
Except that doesn't exactly explain Ronald Reagan. Somebody should have told him there's more to being president than remembering your lines and not bumping into the furniture. Did you know Elvis Presley is dead? And Ricky Nelson, Bing Crosby, Jack Benny, John Wayne. And most of what I knew. Tradition, values. I hear we lost that stupid war. Hell, I could have told them that was coming. A van pulls up to an electrical station and a team of men get out. They take out the guard and cut through a chain, soon planting an explosive in a high voltage area.
Do you have a place to stay?
Stay? Honey, I never stay. Ask Tara.
Is she your wife?
I don't know what you'd call her these days, but she sure as hell isn't a wife. The explosives go off. Do you have a family? Got a daughter somewhere, but she does pretty well on her own. The power goes out.
Now what?
What do you expect? The power company has a name that sounds like whoops. During the blackout, people are attacked, buildings are bombed, and emergency vehicles rush out to help all over a large area of the city. This whole end of town is blacked out. Looks like a couple of fires, too. I don't mind the dark. It's a nice switch. Where I come from, the sun shines all the time. You'll have to excuse us if we don't feel too sorry for you.
Try getting used to 167 days of rain per year.
That's not exactly what I meant. It's just that there's something about the night I'd forgotten. A van and a car pull up to Sherwood Florist.
Nobody gets out alive.
A team of heavily armed men head for the building. Tried to file for back pay, but Uncle Sam wants to know a whole lot of things about where you were for 20 years. I don't think they liked my answers, because they didn't give me the money, and they started asking a whole lot more questions. Finally, I said to hell with it, and decided to go back.
To Russia?
To home, the only one I have anymore. I figure with a little luck, I'll make it by spring. Of course, you can't tell spring from fall there. It all pretty much runs together and you lose track. One of the team knocks over a trash can. Do you have a cat?
No.
Then you got rats. Big ones. Looks like company. Oliver readies his bow and quiver. How long you been in Seattle? Couple of years. Why? I've got to admire a man who makes this many enemies in such a short time.
Phone's dead. We're on our own.
Morgan, this isn't your fight. You better stay out of it. Travis readies his large handgun. And miss all the fun? 3 men fire into the door. Ollie and Travis return fire from the windows above them, taking out 2 of them. Travis runs onto the roof as the 3rd man shoots back at them. 2 more men crash through the window, finding Dinah. She karate kicks one, and he drops his machine gun. She kicks the other man, who drops his Uzi. Just as he picks it up, Oliver shoots an arrow through his gun arm from the stairs. Out on the roof, Travis fires back through a hail of bullets, impacting all around it. A man in the yard launches a shoulder-mounted rocket into the roof, and Travis is thrown by the explosion.
Morgan!
There's nothing you can do for him. Fall back to the tower. Gunmen fill the hallway as Oliver fires while retreating. Dinah takes one down with the Uzi. Bullets smash through the window next to Ollie. He leans out the window and takes down another in the yard next to the leader. Travis climbs from the rubble as more men stream inside.
I'm empty.
Me too. The warlord picks up his sword. He leaps into the men, grabbing one's neck with one arm and stomping another's head while slashing into a third. Nice quiet little town you folks have got here.
Look!
The leader gets into his car to escape. Eddie Finster! I could have guessed he was behind this. Travis jumps down into the car's path, and Eddie guns it.
What are you gonna do without your gun, wise ass?
The warlord dodges the car while swinging his sword through the windshield, the door frame, and Eddie's neck. If you folks don't mind, I don't think I'll stick around for the questions that are going to come out of this. I understand, Morgan. Good luck.
And thank you, even if my house will never be the same.
There is one question I'd like to have answered, though. Did Gilligan ever get off that island? Epilogue. The police come to inspect the scene. So this guy just disappears, right? Not exactly. Then where the hell did he go?
Well, he did leave an address. Sort of.
Alright, let's have it. Ollie and Dinah look wistfully into the sky. Second star to the right.
And straight on till morning.
Huh. This is my tale. Believe none of it unless you have seen with your own eyes. For I am Coyote, the trickster, and I have been known to lie. Spring has called old Bear from his den. The hunger from his long sleep is upon him, and he knows the place where the water people go to breed and die. In weeks to come the streams will run red with their bodies, shimmering in the sun. For a time they will come together in the urgency of an age-old cycle, and when they have passed the way of all things, their spawn will be left to continue the spiral dance. There will be much to eat, and he will soon regain his strength for the breeding season ahead, when he will pass his seed on to another generation of his own tribe. This is the way of all the people. Life from death, death from life. The earth is the mother of us all. You cannot own it. You are part of it. Only man, among all the creatures, has forgotten. The bear rears up in alarm at the scene before him. Huh? The oil tanker, the Argon warrior, has run aground on a rock, spilling oil into the water and covering the seagulls in it. Coyote Tears. A disclaimer reads, this story was inspired by the recent devastating oil spill in Alaska from a stranded oil tanker, and on the charges that the captain of the tanker was legally drunk at the time of the incident. However, the reader should understand that this story is a work of fiction, and that the creators have used their literary license to embellish the bare-bones facts, with wholly imaginary details, such as the goings-on at the oil company. An executive from Argon Oil fields angry questions from reporters, claiming the company is working within EPA guidelines on the cleanup effort. He denies the reports of oil-soaked sea otters, until Greenpeace activists dump a trash can filled with them onto the stage. You got to get me out of here, Mr. Chandler.
And just where the hell are you going to go, Springsteen? They'll be watching every airport and private field in the world. The state is thinking about charges of criminal negligence. The Coast Guard is convinced you must have been drunk when the ship ran aground. That mob is looking for someone to hang for all this. And everyone from Greenpeace to the Cub Scouts is ready to hold the rope. You set foot out that door, and you're a dead man.
You don't seem too popular yourself, Chandler. If they come in here, what makes you so sure they'll stop with me?
Corbett still has that lodge on Two Moons Lake, north of Denali. That should do until things quiet down. Meanwhile, we can see where this thing is going. I mean, he could be a bargaining chip if we need to throw them someone, and this would keep him from striking any private bargains. Get your gear, Lou. You're going fishing for a few days.
Before the thing crawled across the land, the people of the tundra were numberless. Their tribe would stretch from rising to setting of the sun as they followed the ancient path with the changing seasons. But the thing blocked the path, and the people lost their way. The circle was broken. The migrating deer find their path blocked by an oil pipeline. And my dog brothers, who had followed the people of horn and hoof, and filled the long night with a chorus of their cries, were lost. For we are one, all children of the earth, and that which diminishes one, diminishes all. The coyotes find that their food source has run out. A small prop plane has delivered the ship's captain to the cabin in the woods.
Just don't forget where this place is. I mean, you wouldn't leave me up here or anything. Quit whining, Springsteen. You've got plenty of food and booze. Just sit tight until this thing blows over. We'll see you in a few days. A week at the outside.
Huh? He reacts to a sound in the forest with fear, hurries inside, and bars the door. Selecting a rifle, he sits in a chair and waits. The Seattle Times headline reads, FBI joins search for fugitive sea captain. Skipper of ill-fated Argonne warrior missing second week. Alaskans receive oil company payoff profits? Ollie angrily crumples it.
Oliver,
And he begins to pack.
where are you going?
Hunting. As rescue efforts continue, the number of deaths among wildlife rises daily. Sea otters whose fur becomes matted and loses its insulating quality often die of the cold, despite efforts of volunteer cleanup crews. Mothers attempting to lick their pups clean are poisoned by the oil, and even if brought in, are frequently beyond help. Bald eagles feeding on the oiled carcasses washed ashore are dying as well. And another danger has appeared. Bears, awakening from the winter's hibernation, are attracted by the rotting carcasses on the beaches and have come looking for an easy meal. It is not known how susceptible these great carnivores are to the toxic effects of the oil, but their presence poses a danger to cleanup crews. A worker shoots a large bear chasing a man, and it falls. So far, there have been no serious encounters, but it seems just a matter of time. I wonder if Old Bear would consider this serious. Meanwhile, David Chandler, spokesman for Argonne Oil, had this to say regarding the disappearance of the captain of the Argonne Warrior, now being sought on a federal warrant.
As I told the FBI, we have had no contact with Captain Springsteen since his disappearance. We are as much in the dark as anyone as to his whereabouts, but we are confident that he will surface to defend himself against these charges.
Bullshit. You ask me, there's the bastard they should hang. Just on principle. Ruined the whole damn season.
Didn't I read somewhere that Chandler is an avid fisherman himself? Even put a few trout in the record book.
Huh. Big hairy goddamn deal. Argonne's got 2 moons all to themselves. If they let anyone else on their private reserve, you'd see a lot of records come out of that lake. Bastards have probably got it stocked anyway.
Oliver's face fixes with grim determination. Soon it is Green Arrow who stalks the forest paths near the reserved lake, unaware that he himself is being watched.
A hunter. I've seen his kind before, yet I do not understand them. This one moves well, silent, watchful, but he heeds not the message of the wind, the scent of the people within easy reach of the death he carries. We are brothers in a fashion, but different.
Oliver notices the coyote on a ridge following him.
Only man killed without need makes war on his own kind.
He pulls out an arrow and knocks it.
Even in the heat of the mating moon, the people are content with a show of strength. There are perils enough without the foolishness of war. What brings him here, far from his tribe? Can he not smell the storm on the wind? Here in the high country, spring can be a false promise hiding much danger.
After gaining some elevation, Green Arrow finally sees the lake.
For all their strutting and posturing, men are frail creatures, ill-equipped to withstand the fury of nature. Perhaps that is why they try to bend the earth to their will. The fear. But there is no fear in this one. Not like the other.
The coyote draws closer to Oliver as he tracks his quarry.
What is it that he hunts? Can it be? Yes!
He finds the cabin.
Now we shall see.
And kicks the door open.
Perhaps we shall learn. Hear me, children of the earth. I have a tale. Believe if you will, but beware. For there are lies in truth, and truth in lies. And I am Coyote, the trickster, and I tell both with equal ease. With temporary hull repairs complete, stricken tanker Argon Warrior, which ran aground off Alaska's coast 2 weeks ago, is ready to be towed to dry dock for extensive reconstruction. However, the owners, Argon Oil Company, have been unable to find a port facility that will accept the stricken vessel. The ship which caused the worst oil spill disaster in history may become a modern-day Flying Dutchman, wandering forever in search of a friendly port. A bald eagle carries away an oily fish as the cleanup continues.
The bastard!
It's 2 weeks, Paul. We'd better go get him.
Let him rot up there for all I care.
We can't. Now his absence is making us look bad, like we're hiding him out.
I got word the lodge is in for a hell of a storm. When it blows over, we can fly up and get him. Take him straight into Canada, and then down to D.C. Okay. I'll have legal and promotions write a statement for when we turn him over.
Promotions?
Hey, they've done a hell of a job. Wait till you see what we're going to drop on the media tomorrow. It'll give the ecology freaks a conniption.
The hunter has come. I often wonder at the simple savagery of a beast that turns on its own kind. They do not eat one another, nor use the skins for leather. They have no practical use for a dead member of their tribe. The joy seems to be purely in the killing. Coyote Tears, Part 2. Green Arrow kicks open the cabin door with an arrow drawn, surprising the captain inside. He aims his gun at the door as he rises, but Oliver does not shoot, seeing the blind panic in his eyes.
Are you crazy? You let him in!
The captain rushes past Ollie to slam the door shut.
Let who in?
Him!
He's out there.
Can't you hear him? Christ! Are you deaf? Listen!
I don't hear anything but the wind. And a coyote. Outside, the coyote howls at the moon, and the sound pierces the man to his core with fright. He collapses against the wall, desperately clutching his rifle. He's been there every day, every night. He doesn't do anything, just watches and waits. I shot at him at first, but he's not like the others. He won't die. You're not from the company, are you? No, I've come to take you back. Yes, of course. Please, you gotta get me out of here. We're not going anywhere until this storm is over. How long? A day or two. A day? Or two? Meanwhile, the executives of Argon Oil discuss their business strategy.
The others will never go along with it. It doesn't matter, as long as we make the offer.
What if? Just what if they take us up on it?
That's the beauty of it. The damn thing is already paid for, but it still costs us to maintain it, right?
So
now the new owners will have to operate and maintain it, and they're not qualified or equipped to do either. After a few weeks of disaster, who do you think they're going to come to for help?
Which we will gladly provide.
For a fee.
We get paid for doing what we've been doing all along anyway. And we come out smelling like a rose. I think it may even be deductible.
I love this business.
Before the thing spilled its blood, the waters were home to many, life to all. Now it is death for all. A duck fails to take off from the oily surface of the water. Now the water people and the sky people, drawn by age-old instincts, taste the blackness. It crawls onto the rocks as a bald eagle swoops down. From the smallest to the greatest, it strikes all.
The eagle snatches it up, breaking the duck's neck with its talons and tearing out a chunk of meat with its beak.
For the great live on the small, and the loss of one diminishes the other.
Snow piles up around the cabin as the storm rages on.
You don't hear it, do you? I didn't either. Not at first. But then, it started. First it was small. So small you'd never notice. And then, it got bigger. The screams, the cries, and now this moaning. Do you know what it is? I do. It's dying.
Outside, the bears are forced to fight over the diminished food supply in the clean areas, while the gulls wait to scavenge the leftovers. No, it was murdered. Two men paint the side of a ship.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of this terrible tragedy, the Argonne Oil Company is asking the other members of the Alaskan Pipeline Corporation to join us in an effort to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. To that end, Argonne Oil proposes that we give the Alaska Pipeline to the Native American Indians whose land it crosses, and whose tradition of harmony with the earth will enable them to manage the resources of this great land for the betterment of all people.
Huh?
The executives celebrate backstage. Two more men ready a ladder at an Argonne gas station.
Who are you to judge me? You weren't there. You don't know.
I'm not going to be your judge, Springsteen, but you will answer for what happened.
Answer? What the hell do you think I've been doing? You want me to stand trial? What's that going to prove? Nothing. Because our lawyers can lick your lawyers.
They begin taking down the sign's letters.
Oh, sure, I'm going to take a fall for this, but not a very big one. Know why? Because the company can't afford to have it look like it was too much their fault if it takes $1 billion. So what?
The storm over Two Moons Lake is lifted.
Okay, let's go get him. And feed him to the sharks.
As the executives leave, the Argonne flag is lowered. The bald eagle, having fed her young, takes off from her nest, though the front of her body is now covered with oil.
See, I know something people like you never seem to grasp. They don't have to play by the rules. They can change them as they go along. In a little while, none of this will have happened.
The eagle coughs and falters in her flight.
It won't make one bit of difference.
You're sure no one knows about this?
Hey, boss, I didn't even talk to my wife. No one knows where he is but the three of us. The Argonne executives board their prop plane and take off.
Storm's gone. They'll be coming for me soon.
I think I liked you better crazy. The plane flies through the clear sky.
Cabin fever, that's all. The spirit of my sky brother flies on the wind.
Coyote sees the bald eagle falling like a stone, like judgment, descending like the hammer of the gods.
Ah!
The captain leans out the door and fires blind in his panic, just as the eagle's body smashes into the prop plane's cockpit window.
Hey, wait! Where did you...
The plane crashes into a mountain and explodes in a huge fireball.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. They'll be coming for me soon.
Over the ring of his gunshot, the captain seems not to have heard it. Green Arrow leaves him there to await whatever fate lies in store for him.
This is the end of my tale. But, of course, it never happened.
A man pumps gas at the newly branded Argos gas station. while the oil tanker the Argos Voyager sets sail once more. The leader of the local neighborhood watch is holding a barbecue. A young girl runs and plays as families enjoy the food and company. Then the man is alarmed when a flashy car approaches.
Huh?
Gang members inside the car drive by, miming guns with their hands and making gun sounds as a warning.
Bang! Blah, pow!
The grill is knocked over as the people dive for cover. Slowly they rise, realizing there were no bullets. This time.
Maybe we better all go inside.
The Canary is a bird of prey. Oliver and Dinah fly a kite in the park. It's not surprising so many Seattleites are sun worshippers. They see it so infrequently, they're bound to regard it with a certain amount of superstition.
Do I detect a bit of sarcasm?
Just being observant. While running, Ollie tumbles down a hill. I did that on purpose.
You're not very good at this, mister. You must not have any kids, huh?
Well, when the urge strikes, I go to the zoo and visit the monkey house until it passes. Dinah and Oliver share a glum look. The last time they discussed having children, Dinah said their lives were too dangerous, and while she loved to make babies with Oliver, she won't make orphans.
Drive by again. I'm gonna give these dudes something to think about.
The flashy car turns around in the alley. The driver fires 2 shots into the house's wall. Suddenly, 4 gun barrels break through the window panes. And gunfire quickly fills the car, breaking its windows.
Holy shit!
The gang fires blindly as their car speeds away. Inside the house, the families lie on the floor, while the ex-military men reload their guns, just in case. The police and a news crew have cordoned off an area around a rough homemade barricade outside the house.
Early this afternoon, violence erupted in this troubled neighborhood when members of the Area Blockwatch Association, some of them off-duty National Guardsmen, exchanged more than 100 rounds of gunfire with a carload of alleged drug dealers. The home of Blockwatch leader James Elliott was struck by dozens of bullets, but there have been no reported injuries. Local residents blame the outbreak of violence on the increased drug trade in the area.
This place used to be safe when me and my boy moved here 2 years ago. But now every night there's a stream of cars through here, looking for drugs. They sell crack out of the warehouses, and the cops don't do nothing. I counted 156 cars in one night stopped at that place over there. Fancy cars, uptown kids and yuppies. I took down license numbers. I called the cops night after night, and now they treat me like a nuisance.
Police are trying to bring both sides to a negotiation in an effort to put an end to the siege.
Negotiate? What the hell are you talking about? They expect us to negotiate with drug dealers? They're so worried about the rights of the criminals, they've forgotten the people. I'm not saying I'm a member of any gang. I'm just saying I'm here, and I'm gonna be here. If somebody wants to shoot at me while I'm standing out here, they better be ready for the consequences. At his day job, James Elliott gives his art students advice on drawing superheroes. As he ushers his students out the door, a boy in a red jacket sees a flashy car speeding towards them.
Huh?
The innocent students are brutally gunned down by the gang members in the car.
A 15-year-old boy shot to death and 3 of his friends wounded, simply because one of them was wearing the wrong colors. Some residents believe this is an extension of the violence that broke out here yesterday.
This is the kind of thing that happens when you let a place like that exist. You come down here any night, you can see them buying drugs right on the street.
Police Lieutenant James Cameron had this to say.
While we have eyewitness reports of people exchanging packets for money, we have no evidence these packets contain drugs. Unfortunately, in this case anyway, it is not illegal in the city of Seattle to exchange packets for money. Oliver kicks in his TV screen. Oliver changes into Green Arrow while Dinah sleeps. It's never gonna go down with all this happening.
Robinson is positive they're going ahead, sir. Think about it. Who'd suspect a major drug shipment would arrive in the middle of all this?
You tell Robinson he's got 1 week. Then we go with what we got.
A lot can happen in a week.
Tell me about it. We're sitting on a powder keg here. Lieutenant Cameron lights a cigarette. Let's just hope no one strikes a match. He tosses away his match before a worried young girl. Green Arrow overlooks the warehouse district from a rooftop, preparing for the hunt. He grimaces when he recognizes a certain limousine.
I should have known it would be you.
Oliver follows the car to one of the warehouses and looks for an entrance on the roof. Green Arrow enters through an air vent and sneaks along the rafters. He silently chokes out an armed guard on a high catwalk. Positioning himself above the limo as it enters.
200 kilos coming in day after tomorrow. Keep the pressure on.
Reggie gets out of his limo.
As long as the cops are occupied down the street, it's a skate, Reggie.
The drive-by was good thinking, Max. Wearing Crip colors and hitting a kid dressed in bloods keeps the heat on without pointing a finger at us. But no more kids, you understand? It doesn't look good.
Sure. You got it, Reggie.
If things slack off too much, we hit Elliot again.
Green Arrow hides in the rafters above Reggie's office as he enters, just like last time.
It's like making love to a beautiful woman. You want to keep the tension as high as you can for as long as possible, but not enough to snap, or it's all over.
The beauty of it is that we didn't even have to set up our own operation.
Well, when a man like my illustrious predecessor dies, he leaves a sizable gap in the supply chain. The man who fills that gap becomes the strongest link, because he has the advantage of knowing how desperately the others need him. All those people in that beautiful network going to waste, looking for someone to use them. Well, that's what we do.
The part I like best is how the stuff comes in.
I think we have Mr. Osborne of the CIA to thank for that one. It's not something even Magnor could arrange on his own.
Suddenly, Green Arrow is pistol-whipped by a guard patrolling the rafters. Likely placed there because of his last visit. Oliver drops his bow and tumbles into unconsciousness. Back at Sherwood Florist, Dinah wakes with a start.
Oliver!
A note pinned to his pillow reads, "Gone to clear the rats out of a warehouse. The Pied Piper." Dinah wakes from a dream of Oliver falling with a terrible feeling that something has gone wrong.
Oliver!
She stands for a moment, considering. Then sheds her gown and puts on her black canary costume. The canary is a bird of prey. Part 2.
In the aftermath of a shooting that erupted 3 days ago between alleged drug dealers and members of a local block watch association, police remain cautiously optimistic that the violence has ended. However, residents of this troubled neighborhood are less than confident. They've seen this sort of thing before, And they know that the kind of violence which claimed the life of a 15-year-old boy yesterday can erupt without warning.
The residents watch and wait with weapons ready for the next attack.
It touches all their lives. And, in the end, they are the ones who have to live here.
And the young girl nervously clutches her doll while watching the large men who wait in the shadows. Dinah goes to Lieutenant Cameron to ask for the police's help in finding Green Arrow.
How do you know?
I have a feeling.
Well, you have to excuse me, but I need a little more to go on than that.
I thought police officers were trained to rely on intuition.
Yeah, that's right. Trained. We're not a bunch of amateurs playing dress-up for fun. A cop's instinct is earned. On the street.
Where do you think I spend most of my life? Oliver is in trouble, Lieutenant Cameron. I know it.
Yeah, well, I gotta kinda figure he had it coming.
He rudely shows her the door. The young girl watches the street by the warehouses near an emergency phone box.
How's it going? Not good. I'm telling you, Reggie, the guy's a stone wall. I tried damn near everything I know. Then try something else. We've got to know what he knows, what he might have heard, and if he had time to pass it on.
Nah, he couldn't have.
We can't take that chance. We've got a 200-key shipment coming in just after midnight. I want it processed and out of here by dawn. I want him broken. I'll do what I can, Reggie. You'd better do it right.
The henchman returns to where Green Arrow's scarred body is chained up, and his arrows lie scattered on the floor around him.
Hello, sweetheart. Did you miss me?
Back at Sherwood Florist, Black Canary paces angrily.
Damn you, Oliver Queen. I can feel you out there. Where the hell are you?
After tossing some things around in frustration, Dinah examines Ollie's note and puts it together with the headline in the paper, which reads, Seattle under siege. 1 dead, 3 wounded in gang shooting. Local residents claim factory district is drug warehouse. Black Canary arrives in the warehouse district while the police begin to grow worried. They have an agent undercover, Robinson, who's been working for 2 years to bring the drug smugglers down. The lack of police response in the area has been a purposeful feint to ensure the gang will try to bring in a huge shipment, and then the cops will bust them. Robinson has been out of touch for days, but he was convinced that despite the extra attention due to the violence, the shipment was still coming in.
God help us all if this one goes bad.
Haven't you heard? God's a spectator.
The young girl's fear grows as she watches Black Canary approach some residents hanging out under a streetlight.
I'm looking for a man.
You come to the wrong place, lady. We got kind of a shortage round here.
What you saying, fool? I'd be glad to help the lady out. She said man, boy.
Hey, lady, we don't know jack shit. We ain't seen nothing.
Somebody always sees. In a neighborhood like this, there's always somebody watching.
Yeah, well, they be crazy to talk to you. Lady down the street talked to the TV news and her kid winds up dead. Screw that. We ain't gonna mess with the gangs.
So you're just going to let them take over? Is that it? Why don't you just give them the keys to your cars, your houses? Maybe then they'll leave you alone. But I wouldn't count on it. If you don't stand up and fight for what's yours, you won't have anything left worth fighting for.
The young girl is disappointed as Dinah walks away.
No use, Reggie. He ain't gonna break. Then let him hang there till he rots. It's nearly time. I want this place sealed off. Nobody in or out until we're finished.
Reggie's men arm themselves and take their positions to watch over the deal. Black Canary goes to James Elliott next.
I wish I could help you, Miss Lance, but I've got enough trouble here.
You were the first one to take a stand.
And damn near the first one to get killed. I'm not afraid to fight for what's mine, but I've got a family to think about.
Don't you think what goes on in this neighborhood affects them?
They shot at my house, damn it.
If you draw the line at your own threshold, you can bet that's where the battle will take place.
She leaves his house, still alone. Hey, lose that. You make a damn fine target all lit up that way.
The guard begrudgingly puts out his cigarette as the men on the roof split up.
Assholes. Asshole.
Dinah chops the guard who warned him in the neck, then slams his head into a wall. Black Canary relieves the dead guard of his machine gun and ammo belt.
Harris?
As another guard comes to investigate, Dinah knocks him out with the butt of her weapon, adding his Uzi and hunting knife to her arsenal. She breaks a third guard's neck from behind and takes his handgun, soon leaving all the bodies piled up as she prepares to enter the warehouse.
It's time. Alright, we do this by the number.
What about the meat?
No loose ends. Kill him.
Get him up.
Green Arrow's chained body is raised up to his knees as Dinah's shadow fills a skylight on the roof.
Chopper's on the way. Time for a little distraction for our friends down the street.
Reggie signals the flashy car.
Go!
It takes off, speeding down the street, and a cop car turns around to chase it.
Well, it's been fun, but it's over. You can scream now. It's okay. No one's gonna hear.
The henchman readies a gas-powered welding torch.
Shh. No one's gonna care.
Oliver! Black Canary crashes through the skylight, and the men all look up.
Shh.
She rolls as she lands, avoiding their shots as she does, and coming up with her machine gun ready. Dinah fires, strafing the barrel across all the men in the room.
What the hell? Get some men in there. Now!
Reggie's crew pull their guns as they run to the other room.
Oh, shit. Why couldn't this wait? Oliver! Oh, God! Please!
Dinah frees Oliver and struggles to wake him.
Come on! We've got to get out of here! Get up, damn it! You never quit anything in your life! Fight!
Dinah?
Think I screwed up.
She hauls him to his feet just as Reggie's backup arrives.
Holy shit! It's that ram bitch!
Just then, the undercover agent Robinson makes his move.
Police! Freeze!
Huh? He is run down by Reggie's car as it speeds out of the warehouse. Canary fires into the torch's gas tanks and they explode, taking out many of the gangsters behind her as she guides Ollie out of the room. She guns down the thugs ahead of them, carrying Oliver on one shoulder. When the gun jams, she hurls the heavy weapon down the stairs ahead, knocking down two more. Dinah sets Ollie down as she switches to the Uzi, emptying the clip.
Don't worry, Oliver. I won't let them hurt you anymore. The last 2 bullets are for us, but all the rest are theirs.
She leaps out into the corridor and shoots another attacker, but more rise up behind him. Dinah holds Oliver close for a final goodbye as the men close in on them. She readies the handgun.
I love you, Oliver.
Suddenly, sirens split the night, and the gangsters all panic and run for it.
Shit! Come!
Get the hell out of here! It's all right, lady. You can put the gun down.
A fireman gives Dinah a thumbs up.
You're lucky. Someone turned in an alarm.
Out on the street, the young girl saw the explosion, and she called the fire department from the phone box. Sometimes it takes even the least of us doing what little they can do to save the day. Green Arrow runs away from a door down a hallway.
Huh? only to arrive right back at that same door again. Oliver puts his back to it, but the door yawns open anyway, releasing ghosts of his torment from his memory. Broken arrow. He slams the door shut even as he shrinks before it. But the door opens again on its own, and a large shadow fills the doorway. Dinah turns on the bathroom light and finds Oliver curled up in the shower, lost in his nightmare.
Oliver?
Oliver returns to the office of trauma therapist Annie Green, who helped Dinah after her own experience of being held captive and tortured. A hard thing for anyone to deal with. It can be especially debilitating mentally for those who have chosen to protect others as a way of life. I don't know what this is supposed to prove.
It's not supposed to prove anything. It's to help you get in touch with your feelings.
My feelings? I'll tell you how I feel. Stomped on, chewed up, and spit out.
People who have undergone torture rarely come out of it with only physical injury. Believe me, Mr. Queen. I know.
While they talk, Oliver has the image of the doorknob fixed in his mind.
And?
And what?
I want you to tell me how you feel about what they did to you.
How should I feel? Pissed off, that's how.
That's fine. Anger is a perfectly good emotion. What else?
Cheated.
Cheated? How?
Dinah got them. Finished the whole damn bunch.
And you didn't get a chance for revenge.
That's right. Not yet.
Revenge is hardly ever worth the ultimate cost.
Thanks for the warning.
Do you think there's someone who still owes you for what they did to you?
Ollie rests his hand on an ornate clock. Someone. Somewhere. I heard some interesting things while I was in that place. It's not over.
Until you say it is.
Damn straight.
Why?
Because I have a right, damn it! I have a right to some measure of justice! Someone has to pay!
They already have.
It's not the same. Back at home, Dinah examines their bloody and bullet-torn clothing. She sheds a tear, remembering her intense feelings during the rescue, her pain at seeing Oliver being hurt, and her grim determination as she paved a way out by dealing a storm of death before them. She weeps in the window, remembering the last time she and Oliver talked about having a family. I want to have kids, Dinah. I want us to be a family. I was never ready for it, or capable of commitment before, but now
Oliver, I don't want to have children.
Come on, you love kids.
Yes.
Well?
That's why I'm not going to have any. What we do is important, Oliver. Not just to ourselves, but to a whole lot of people who depend on us to hold the line. We're in a deadly, dangerous business. You put your life on the line every time you put on that mask. I love you, Oliver, and I'd love to make babies with you, but I won't make orphans.
Dinah cringes at the memory of her own words, and she clutches Oliver's blood-stained tunic with both hands.
Are you angry with Dinah?
What?
For saving your life. She killed the man who hurt you, and she cheated you out of your revenge.
Oliver sinks into a chair.
And what does that tell you about her?
I don't know what you mean.
At the very least, it should tell you how she felt that night, when you saved her from the man who was torturing her.
He remembers when he found Dinah at the mercy of her tormentor.
The pain, the anger, the helplessness, the humiliation. She would rather have died than to have you see her like that. And you know that, don't you? You know what it's like to be stripped of your dignity, to have someone else in total control of your life.
Ollie grimaces, while in his mind the doorknob remains unmoved.
She tried to die. You didn't know that, did you?
Huh?
She tried, but they wouldn't let her. And you know what that's like, don't you?
He gets up, waving the thought away. I don't want to talk about this. Annie joins Oliver as he stares out the window.
You never have spoken of that night, the night you learned you could kill.
Nothing to talk about.
Nothing?
I can deal with it.
Perhaps. So far you've done a good job of shutting it out. But sooner or later you're going to have to confront it.
Confront what?
What you did. Tell me about it.
Nothing to tell.
Was it a difficult shot?
Huh? Ollie looks at her like she's crazy.
I mean, a tricky angle? Small target?
A man's heart is the size of a fist. No, not difficult.
So you could hit a target of that size every time?
Every time.
And smaller?
Yes.
I've read about some of the things you've done. How you shot the knife out of a mugger's hand your first night in Seattle.
He remembers that shot. The first real one after practicing with the razor tips. It was perfect, piercing the punk's palm without breaking a bone or nicking an artery, and sent at the perfect speed to stay in the wound, limiting blood loss. It meant he was ready.
Was that a difficult shot?
No.
Then you could have done the same to the man who was torturing Dinah.
Annie touches Oliver's heart.
But you didn't.
In his mind, he faces the door with trepidation, now on a rocky cliff instead of in a hallway.
You shot him through the heart.
He deserved it. And worse.
In that moment, you chose to kill him, didn't you?
Yes, damn it!
Even knowing what that would mean. That you could never be the same.
Yes. The door opens, and Green Arrow falls into darkness. Back at home, Oliver sits in the living room when Dinah comes to him.
Oliver, we need to talk. I know this may not be the right time, but I've been thinking about us and about what's happened. How can I say this without sounding horribly selfish? This may be wrong, but I don't think so. I've had a lot of time to think this over, and I realize I almost lost you. And what would I have left? A few scraps of the past, souvenirs of the places we've been, things we've done, but nothing lasting. These things will all be dust.
The doorknob inside begins to turn.
And I thought about what it would be like to grow old without you, without any part of you to hold through the years. And I've come to a decision. I can't live like this anymore, Oliver. I want to have your child. I want you to plant the seed so I can feel it grow in my body. A piece of you that no one can take away.
The door flies wide open, and behind it is Dinah in a wedding dress. Oliver sweeps her into his arms, and they kiss. Oliver and Dinah take a stroll through a park. Spring, a season of promise. The old gives way to the new, and the hope which has slept through the long winter awakens. Time for planting the seeds of dreams.
Aurora Borealis.
25 years too late. Bartholomew Llewellyn.
Just for the L of it, Bertha Gertrude. We could call her Bertie Gertie.
How about Waldo Oliver? We could call him Wally Ollie.
Myrtle.
Damien.
Oh, sure. They'll want to shave his head and check for sixes.
They both see a detective book about Ellery Queen in a store window.
Nah.
They return home.
Wait a minute. I've got something for you.
I should hope so. Dinah holds up Ollie's repaired costume.
I just finished it. Would you mind?
What, now?
Tell you a secret? It always kind of turns me on.
I will if you will. He holds up her blonde wig. Robin Locksley Queen.
What's wrong with Marianne Fitzwalter Lance? I see what you mean. They'll think we named her after Woody Fitzwoodpecker.
Green Arrow carries Black Canary to their bedroom. What do we call the offspring of this?
How about Black Arrow?
Already taken.
Green Canary?
He pulls a strand of blonde hair across her face like a mustache. Fred? She tousles her wig in his face.
Ginger?
They undress each other as they get into bed. Are you sure?
Yes.
Oliver and Dinah make love with the intention of making a baby. Afterward, Oliver dresses as Green Arrow.
Oliver? What are you doing?
Getting back on the horse. Dinah, thank you.
I love you too, Oliver.
He vaults over their balcony, out into the night.
Go get him, Tiger.
Dinah smiles as she rubs her belly. Green Arrow comes upon a drug dealer in a Firebird.
Oh, shit!
It speeds away as he climbs down the fire escape. And pulls the driver out the top of his convertible.
Ah!
The car crashes. Didn't anyone ever tell you there's a seatbelt law in Washington? My car, man! You wrecked my car! That's nothing compared to what I'm going to do to your face. Unless you tell me where to find Reggie. Man, I don't know no Reggie. Wrong answer. He throws the man to the ground and leaps atop him. Care to try for double jeopardy? Oliver places an apple on another gangster's head like William Tell. You better hold real still. I'm usually pretty good at this, but I haven't been at all well lately. My aim might be a little off. Yeah, I heard how Reggie made you squeal. Shit, that ain't nothing compared to what's gonna... He draws his bow and aims at the apple. Huh? Just then, 2 police cars arrive. I heard you were back. You've been leaving a trail of this kind of crap all over town. How's your daughter, Lieutenant? Don't try to play that shit with me, asshole. This is your 2-minute warning. Lieutenant Cameron shoves Ollie against the wall. You and your lady friend screwed up a 2-year undercover operation and cost a good cop his life. On top of that, we were this close to putting a lid on one of the biggest drug operations on the coast. Now, we're back to square one. You step out of line again, I'll step on you. Lieutenant, I'm sorry about Officer Robinson. For what it's worth, he saved my life. Lousy trade. The cops leave, and then Oliver is hailed by a man near a red sports car. I can give him to you. Eddie fires. I thought you'd have been hung by now. I guess the justice system is more screwed up than I thought. Oh, even worse. Eddie shows Ollie his new badge. DEA. Cute. How do you manage it, Fires? Simple. I perform a vital service. You mean a fatal service? In a professional manner. My services are in great demand. Still running with that cute brunette? The one with the... Huh? Ollie grabs his collar. Give me who? Huh? The guy you've been looking for. Reggie Mandel. Back at Sherwood Florist, Oliver packs a bag. Dinah, I've got to leave for a few days.
What is it, Oliver? I've never seen you like this.
There's something I have to do.
Dangerous?
No more than driving your delivery truck through rush hour traffic. I'll be back before you know it.
Where are you going?
I can't tell you that. But with a little luck, you might read about it in the papers.
Well, if it's going to be a few days, we'd better get ahead.
Dinah pulls him into bed. We need a man we can insert in a remote jungle region to locate a drug processing facility. Someone who can travel fast and light. Eddie brings Ollie to a waiting chopper.
This is your pilot, Mr. Smith. Say hello, Mr. Smith.
Who can live off the land and avoid detection. To get in and out without a trace. Mr. Smith doesn't say much.
Hardly ever. But if he starts talking, you'd better listen. He's your lifeline out there. If you're caught, well, don't get caught.
The helicopter takes off. There's a major drug shipment leaving Panama day after tomorrow. The stuff comes in from the jungle and is compressed and encased in an acrylic panel made to look like steel plate. The plates are bolted to the hull of a ship leaving Panama for the United States. Green Arrow jumps out of the chopper. We believe the plates are attached while the ship is actually passing through the canal. Just off the continental limit, the ship is stopped for repairs while a diver goes down and pries off the plates. They pick them up by helicopter and fly them straight to the processing location somewhere in the northwest. He sneaks through the jungle to a compound on the water. If you know all this, why haven't you stopped them before now? We can't stop them if we can't find out which ship the drugs are on. There are hundreds of vessels using the canal, and for all we know, they could pick one at random. What about the military? They've got enough troubles down here as it is. We don't want them in deeper at a time when this country is being scrutinized so closely for any overt acts. So what is it you want me to do? We'll provide you with a tracking device. We want you to insert it in one of the plates so we can pinpoint the ship at every stage of the journey. Ollie slips inside unseen and plants the package in with the drugs, then slips back out again. We can follow that shipment right up to the top and smash the bastards once and for all. After we find their headquarters operation, we don't much care what happens to Mandel. Get my drift? Once it is loaded, he watches the boat sail down the river. Back in Seattle, Dinah goes to an appointment with an obstetrician.
It seems you had a severe injury a couple of years ago, which very likely has something to do with this.
She leaves through the waiting room filled with mothers and children and runs home in tears. When do they make the switch?
It's going on right now.
A team of swimmers attend to the ship underwater while Oliver waits with Eddie. Which one do you think?
I don't know. Doesn't make any difference. The trawler is marked. We can pick it up any time. For now, I suggest you go home to that pretty lady and wait. We'll let you know when the stuff comes ashore.
Fires, don't try to cut me out of this.
Wouldn't dream of it, pal. You're in for the whole ride. You've got my word on it. Better hurry. Your ride's waiting.
Ollie gets in a chopper and it takes off to bring him back home. Once he's alone, Eddie pulls out a remote. The whole ride. And presses a button. Boop. The package Ollie was told was a tracker suddenly explodes under the waterline. Oliver enters his living room. Hi, honey. I'm home. Brought your favorite pizza. And some pickles and ice cream for dessert, in case the urge has already hit you. Huh? What is it, kid?
Oliver, I'm sorry. There isn't going to be a baby.
Oliver takes her in his arms and looks deep into her eyes. It doesn't matter. He holds her as she cries, shedding a tear himself as well.
I'm sorry.
I love you.
Sorry.
We have each other. That's all that... God damn it! Oliver storms to open the door. A man shoves a badge in his face and he is tackled to the ground. FBI! Oliver Queen, you are under arrest for terrorism and sabotage in the bombing and sinking of an American Navy vessel inside the Panama Canal. The end, for right now. Hi, I'm Nick, and welcome to the Fusion Space for today's episode of Radio Play Comics, Green Arrow 5, The Black Arrow Saga. As a reminder, if you count the Longbow Hunters, this is the 6th total episode adapting Mike Grell's run on the comics beginning in 1988. This was an experimental, realistic book from DC's mature readers line, and the run that made me a lifelong fan of the character. This episode picks up from a cliffhanger ending in the last episode. When we last saw Oliver, he was getting arrested by the FBI for bombing a ship in the Panama Canal, having been duped into planting what he thought was a tracker on a ship used for smuggling drugs by Eddie Fires, working for the DEA. Prior to that, Oliver had been kidnapped as Green Arrow and tortured by the head of the drug smugglers, a kingpin named Reggie, whom Oliver had encountered before when he first came to Seattle. It seems that operating in the same city as criminals year after year tends to make those criminals a bit better prepared to find heroes skulking around in their raptors, another note of realism in the book making Oliver's life harder, which as you will see is a running theme. If you've seen any of my videos which relate the death of Green Arrow, you'll know that Oliver ends his life having been on the run from the government with a history of both working for them and being screwed over by them, and the big adventure I'm talking about is when that pattern is first introduced, and it would return several times throughout the run. Before this point, most superheroes generally only were involved with the government in public ways, Superman being asked to stop an asteroid and the like. But with Oliver, the more hidden elements of the government saw an opportunity to utilize a secret agent, because he had already involved himself in their world. Such as when he worked for the Russians in the story The Champions, retrieving and then destroying a biological weapon while in competition with Eddie Fires, who was working for the Chinese. And working for CIA agent Greg Osborne when he was hunting Shadow and a map to hidden gold she had taken in Here There Be Dragons. Oliver was just powerful enough to be useful to them, and powerless enough to burn as an asset if need be. And it finally takes its toll and changes his life forever. In this episode, which will cover only 6 issues instead of the usual 8, Oliver is accused of treason and his name is dragged through the mud in the national news as he is blamed for the international incident. He is soon freed from his captivity by none other than Eddie Fires, though, and will don the guise of the Black Arrow to uncover the plot which has made him a patsy. Or else he will die trying. Meanwhile, Dinah reluctantly calls for help from Shadow, and the two meet for the first time. They discuss their particular relationships with Oliver, and with each other, before Shadow does what she can to aid the man who has helped her so many times, both by helping her defeat Yakuza hit squads hunting for her and a supply of buried gold in Here There Be Dragons, and when he rescued her infant son kidnapped by the Yakuza to force Shadow to assassinate a world leader in Blood of the Dragon. Following the conclusion of the 4-part Black Arrow saga, Oliver is granted an audience with then-President George Bush Sr., who attempts to explain the events of the plot and the U.S. government's hand in them. But Oliver will leave the meeting dissatisfied with the answers he is given, and disillusioned with the country of his birth. The final issue of this episode sees Oliver undertake a spirit quest in the forests, his truest home, seeking a new direction for his life after he leaves the United States behind. Perhaps for good. The next episode, Green Arrow 6, will then chart Oliver's world-spanning adventures. The Black Arrow saga marks the largest turning point in the run of the book. It's the point where the relationships and emotions get even more muddled and confused, where being a hero becomes something less in view than ever for Green Arrow as he tries to just survive the circumstances of his life with his honor intact, and shows the deepest change in his character, one that would echo forever since then in his mistrust of the U.S. government and authority in general. Oliver would find himself on the wrong end of that stick more than once in the years between this point and the end of Grell's run, and even beyond it, as the case that Oliver dies pursuing was assigned to him as an apology by the government, following rogue elements seeking to eliminate him, simply because he knew too much.
In retrospect, the book before this point can be thought of as the fun and simple days of Green Arrow's time in Seattle, and living this close to reality. As this book clearly shows, it's something that can be hazardous to a fictional hero's well-being. So then, with that context in mind, let's begin. Oliver is held to the floor by several men and handcuffed.
FBI. Oliver Queen, you're under arrest for terrorism and sabotage.
He is lifted and shoved against the wall.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Can't you see there's been some mistake?
This isn't any mistake, lady. Now stand back. An agent takes Dinah by the arm.
Let her go, you son of a bitch.
Ollie kicks the man in the crotch. He is struck in the head with a baton.
Oliver!
Dinah holds him on the floor.
Leave him alone! Can't you see? He's been hurt enough!
Mr. Queen has some serious questions to answer, Miss Lance. It's all right, Dinah. There's just been a screw-up somewhere. I'll straighten it up and be right home. I wouldn't count on it. The agents take Oliver away in their car. And Dinah goes back inside to wait. Oliver is questioned in a small, smoke-filled room. What the hell is all this about? Do you know a man named Eddie Fires? What's he got to do with this? Answer the question. Aren't you supposed to ask if I want an attorney? Do you think you need one? How about if you answer some of my questions? Like, what's all this crap about terrorism? Did Mr. Fires contact you with regard to a certain operation in Panama? Look, why don't you talk to your friends at the DEA? Christ! Talk about one hand not knowing what the other is doing. This is Mr. Jones. Yeah, sure. He's the local agent in charge of the Pacific Northwest office of the Drug Enforcement Administration. Then you tell him what's going on, so he can tell me. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you admit to being in Panama 2 days ago? I'm not admitting to anything. You're not being very cooperative, Mr. Queen. What are we to make of that? You want cooperative? Suppose you tell me what this is all about. Then I'll see if I can help. All right, let's make it simple. 2 days ago, United States Navy vessel on assignment with the Anti-Drug Interdiction Force in the Caribbean was sunk as it passed through the Panama Canal. Fortunately, damage was contained to a forward compartment of the ship's magazine. I say fortunately, because most of the munitions had just been moved to another hold. Normally, the magazine would have contained tons of high explosives, which would have blown the ship and the locks to pieces, crippling the canal and disrupting world trade, perhaps for years. What little explosives remained were enough to add to the force of the external blast and breach the hull. Not a great deal of damage, but enough to ground the ship in the lock for at least 10 days. Now, we've had enough trouble in the canal zone recently without this added inconvenience, so you can understand our interest in having answers to some serious questions. And we will have the answers. What were you doing in Panama, Mr. Queen? DEA needs a man we can insert in a remote jungle region to locate a drug processing facility. Someone who can travel fast and light, who can live off the land and avoid detection, and get in and out without a trace. Oliver remembers the orders he was given after Fires introduced him to a chopper pilot. There's a major drug shipment leaving day after tomorrow. The stuff comes in from the jungle and is compressed and encased in an acrylic panel made to look like steel plate. The plates are bolted to the hull of a ship leaving Panama for the United States. Why don't you ask the DEA? He recalls infiltrating the facility in the jungle. We're not sure just how, but we believe the plates are attached while the ship is actually passing through the canal. Just off the continental limit, the ship is stopped for repairs while a diver goes down and pries off the plates. They pick them up by helicopter and fly them straight to the processing plant somewhere in the northwest. We already did. After an examination of the hull revealed these. The agent unveils large steel plates. Each one contains about 50 kilos of cocaine, except for one, which held the explosive charge and detonator. Once the agent shows him the device they recovered, Oliver remembers placing it in with the drugs.
You want to get even with Reggie Mandel for what his gang did to you? Well, here's your chance. We'll provide you with a tracking device. We want you to insert it in one of the plates so that we can pinpoint the ship at every stage of the journey. Do you have any idea how that explosive device got into that plate, Mr. Queen? It's unlikely that the drug cartel would waste 200 kilos of coke and blow what seems to have been a lucrative drug smuggling operation. We have another theory. We think you put it there, Mr. Queen. This is bullshit. He was hired by them to sabotage the Panama Canal, and he accomplished this with the aid of a man he's known for 3 years. A man who could infiltrate a drug operation and plant an explosive device in the plates, which he knew would be attached to a U.S. naval vessel. A man he conspired with to relieve the federal government of $300,000. Oh yes, we know about that. We've simply chosen not to act on it. Yet. That man was you, Mr. Queen. The agent showed Ollie a picture of him talking with Eddie Fires while looking over the canal. Now wait just a goddamn minute! You'll get your chance to speak. In court. The agents leave him. Still in custody, Oliver dreams about the sequence of events which brought him here. His kidnapping by Reggie's gang, his torture, and his rescue by Dinah. The Seattle Times headline reads, "Self-styled Robin charged with treason in terrorist attack." The Black Arrow Saga, Part 1. Run, rabbit, run. He remembers Dinah holding him afterward.
I thought about what it would be like to grow old without you, and I've come to a decision. I want to have your child.
And he remembers holding her after Dinah had returned from the obstetrician. What is it, kid?
Oliver, I'm sorry. There isn't going to be a baby.
Just before the federal agents burst in. Huh? And he awakens in his cell. You got visitors, Queen. No bail? Considering the charges, Mr. Queen, the court has determined you to be a high risk to attempt to avoid prosecution by... Who the hell is this? My name is...
Oliver, this is Mr. Beaker. He's...
Your attorney. Court appointed, since you don't seem to be, employed to a level that would support a defense of this nature. In truth, Mr. Queen, I think I can save us all a great deal of time and heartache. The lawyer takes a paper from his briefcase. I've spoken to the Attorney General, and he's prepared to... Plea bargain? I can get you 5 to 8 in a minimum security facility. Ollie slams him against the wall. I can get you life in an iron lung, asshole. I'm not guilty. I was set up. Perhaps, but the evidence is to the contrary, Mr. Queen, and that is what the jury will hear. Who are you really working for, Beaker? CIA? FBI? You're telling me I should plead guilty to something I didn't do just to save all that trouble. You people don't know what trouble is. Before we're done, you'll have a pretty damn good idea. Get out of my sight. Thank you, Mr. Queen. In my capacity as a public defender, it is sometimes necessary to deal with scum. But at least now I don't have to deal with a traitor. After the lawyer leaves, Oliver and Dinah hug. How the hell did this happen? I was happy. Bastards! I was set up, and they won't let me out to clear myself. Ollie kicks a cabinet.
But, Oliver, you had nothing to do with sinking that ship. There's got to be some way to prove...
That's just it, Dinah. I did. I should never have trusted Fires. I let my own need for revenge get the better of my judgment. He played me for a chump, and left a trail that led straight to my doorstep. If I could get out, I'd track that bastard down. But there's nothing I can do from in here.
But there is something I can do.
Be careful, Dinah. They'll be watching every move you make.
Let them.
Dinah paces at home as Oliver is led out to a car. Where are we going? Someplace with tighter security. The military lockup at Fort Lewis. Swell. Makes me feel a lot safer. Dinah finds a note in a desk as the car speeds down a country road. Dinah makes up her mind as a crosshair is trained on the car's front tire. She makes a phone call as the tire is shot out.
An ornate phone rings on the other side of the world as the car goes off the road. A woman picks up the receiver as the car flips over and Oliver punches out his guard. The woman answers as Ollie escapes the wrecked car.
Hello?
Dinah hesitates on the other end as Eddie Fires watches Ollie enter the woods.
Hello?
Run, rabbit.
Finally, Dinah tells Shadow,
He needs you.
while Oliver runs deeper into the forest. Continued next issue.
Once upon a time in the Emerald City there lived a beautiful princess. But she was under a spell, and no one, not even she, knew she was a princess.
A street lady pulls $1 out of a slot in a parking lot's pay box after she saw a man place it in there.
You can afford it.
And so she lived the simple life of a beggar, and was happy because she had a special gift. Each day she went to the market where all the bounty of the kingdom was gathered.
As she enters the market, she passes a man selling newspapers with Oliver's face, which read, "The Hunt for Oliver Queen." The Black Arrow Saga, Part 2. The Princess and the Troll. Mike Grell has included a dedication which reads, "For the princess who found the troll in time to make a difference. For Cammy. For always." Everyone there knew her and called her by name and welcomed her coming. She visits a fruit stand.
Hello, Marianne.
Hi, Mr. Horowitz. What do you have today that ain't too spoiled?
Some tomatoes I got with a few spots, a couple carrots that'd seen better days, and a cabbage what looks like a suicide victim. You could make a nice stew, maybe.
For she shared her gift with them, and it made the burden of their labor seem lighter.
And an apple you should eat, every day.
Yes, Mr. Horowitz. Thank you.
Her gift was her smile, and she gave it freely.
Excuse me, ma'am. How much is that notebook?
With tax, $1.69.
Thanks. I'll take it.
While the clerk's back is turned, Marianne nabs a pen from a cup.
$1.30, $1.40, $1.50, $1.60, $1.70.
It was a smile that warmed the hearts of all who shared it.
She greets a young man in an alley emptying garbage from an Italian restaurant.
But none so much as the stable boy, who, although he never told her, loved her above all else.
Hi, Tommy.
And rightly so, for he was himself a prince, waiting for someone to recognize his true nature.
Hi, Marianne. How's your dad?
Doing okay. Doctor says the cast comes off next week.
Tell him I miss him. The substitute chef doesn't overseason enough.
Yeah, when Dad gets out the pepper, a lot more people give up after a few bites.
He hoped it would be her.
He hands her a plate of food.
One man's garbage, another man's leftovers.
She is catcalled by a guy making suggestive motions.
Yo, Marianne, how about a little Italian sausage? Huh?
More like a Slim Jim Manzetti.
His friends laugh as he storms off, embarrassed.
Thanks, Tommy.
See you tomorrow.
In the meantime, he was content with her smile.
Marianne gazes at a wedding dress in a store window.
Sometimes she would stop at the castle and peer through the gates at the fine ladies in their beautiful gowns. Something in her heart longed to be among them.
Huh?
But she knew it could never be. And so, each night she made her way to her dark shelter, deep in the shadow of the castle.
She opens a locked door and heads underground to the level of old shops the town simply built over when disrepair and decay struck them long ago. She takes off her coat and hangs it up in her home.
That's where she met the troll. Dark and fearsome, a creature of terrible dread.
Marianne lights an oil lamp when a figure approaches from the shadows.
Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Her heart beat wildly with fear, but she summoned all her courage and faced him boldly.
I guarantee you won't, asshole. This is my place. So just get the hell out of here.
She pulls out a small knife, and Oliver backs off.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize anyone was living down here anymore. I don't want any trouble. I'll just...
Nice place you got here, Marianne.
And then the wolves came.
The gang of men have followed her underground.
Mazzetti? Queen Anne it ain't, but nice. Why don't you just go back there, jerk off?
Manzetti shoves Ollie against a wall.
At first it seemed the wolves might be content with harassing the troll and forget her long enough for her to escape.
So this is how you earn a living. I figured. Cute little ass like that. Must be using it for something. What do you want, Manzetti? Street people. Always looking for a share of what someone else has got.
The gang slap him around and punch him.
Spare change, mister? Got a cigarette?
But when she saw them circling and growling around the poor beast, something in her heart would not let her go. And she cried out for them to stop.
Hey, leave him alone. Maybe you'd like to share some of what you got.
Snarking, they turned from their prey toward her.
The gang surround Marianne, advancing on her.
She could feel their hot breath and saw the dripping fangs coming closer to her throat.
Don't touch me, you son of a bitch.
When suddenly there came a great roar. No!
What the hell, huh?
Oliver pulls one of the thugs away by the hair and breaks his arm.
Ah!
The wolves were scattered like leaves before a great wind as the troll sprang to her rescue.
He slams the man's face into the wall.
I said no!
Marianne slashes Manzetti's hand with her knife.
Ah! Shit! She cut me, man!
He was magnificent and terrible to see, using all his great power to protect her.
Then she kicks him in the crotch, while Ollie deflects a knife slash by hitting the man's elbow. He ducks the other thug's bat, and he clobbers his friend instead. Oliver kicks the bat wielder through a wall of boards, finishing the fight.
Stay away from me, Manzetti, or next time I'll cut him off.
The gang pick themselves up and scuttle away.
I'd better go.
Wait a minute. You're bleeding.
And when at last the wolves fled, she banished the troll's wound.
Take off your jacket.
It's okay.
Just do it. And the shirt.
Oliver obeys her, revealing a bleeding chest wound.
Jesus. Who did this to you?
My own stupidity. I thought I could make a difference.
Marianne bandages him. What's your name?
Marianne. What's yours?
Robert Huntington.
Yeah, sure. I read that one too. Thanks for the help.
You're welcome.
But I could have handled them.
I bet you could.
You won't fight for yourself. What good are you? You might as well be dead.
Though her own means were slim, she fed him from her meager table.
Hungry?
Yes.
I've got enough. Sit.
Aren't you afraid of getting hurt?
The world is hurt. My old man smashed my face into a brick wall when I was 10 just because I didn't do my chores. When I was 15, he went after my little sister, and I went after him with a baseball bat. I put him in the hospital, and they put me and Sherry in a home for a couple of months. But when my dad got out of the hospital, they sent us back to him. 6 months later, Sherry OD'd. She was 13. She was the only reason I stayed.
Marianne fixes a plate of vegetables, and they eat. How long have you been living here?
About 1.5 years. They boarded it up after that fire a few years ago, but after a while they stopped watching so close, and the fire only destroyed a few rooms.
Oliver remembers the killer he tracked when first arriving in Seattle, the tunnel rat who set that fire when Oliver found his hideout.
This is my summer place. I winter in Florida.
How do you stay alive?
The best I can. Someday I'm going to finish school and become a writer.
What kind of stories would you write?
She spoke of her dreams.
That's easy. Romance. Knights on white horses who charge to the rescue of the beautiful princess. Dashing bandits who tame the proud lady and teach her to be a woman. Swashbuckling pirates and kidnapped beauties.
And shared with him the gift of her smile.
And they all live happily ever after?
Every damn one.
Deep in the night, she awoke to a strange sound. Tiptoeing to where the troll lay sleeping, she saw that he was crying, and she wondered if perhaps he might be a handsome prince, waiting for a kiss to release him from an evil curse. She kisses Ollie's cheek. But there was no change. He was still a troll.
Marianne wakes to find Oliver reading her work.
Get the hell out of here!
This is very good. A story of a street kid told from her own point of view. A lot better than most of these.
It's also very private, asshole.
She snatches it away. I'd like you to do something for me, Marianne. I'll understand if you refuse. But I need your help. How good a burglar are you?
What the hell kind of question is that?
How good?
Careful enough that most people don't notice right away. I never take anything big or traceable. Just the small stuff I can sell easy. With a few bucks, but not with questions.
Well, kid, you're about to move up in the world.
The next morning, he sent her on a quest.
Oliver's act is called terrorism and plastered all over the cover of Newstime magazine and the papers, as well as the ongoing manhunt to find him. The agents discuss the problem of Oliver remaining free, as well as the loose end Eddie Fires represents, and decide perhaps 2 birds can be killed with 1 stone.
She went, not because she feared the troll, but because it seemed important to him, and that was enough.
Marianne sneaks into Sherwood Florist by picking the window lock.
The way was dangerous.
She takes Oliver's bow and quiver from a wall, and pauses when she hears Dinah drop some food.
And she was afraid the palace guard might discover her and throw her in the dungeon. But she followed his every instruction, and returned to him that night with the pouch he wanted.
She makes her exit unseen and retrieves a duffel bag from a hole in the yard before leaving.
I got everything you... Jesus!
That bad, huh?
You'll Brenner, you ain't.
Aren't.
I could understand why. I just want to know one thing.
Marianne throws down a newspaper.
Did you do it?
Men call me evil, he said, but I am not. I am only a troll, and I do what trolls do.
I was part of it, but I was tricked by a man named Eddie Fires.
Because they do not understand the way of trolls, they hunt me and hound me from their company. Because I will not be one of them, they hate me.
Who's he?
A freelance agent. Works for anyone who will pay his price. Harder to kill than a snake.
They do not see that I am content simply to be a troll. And sometimes that is enough.
Oliver opens the duffel bag, revealing it is full of cash.
Christ! What else did you do? Rob a bank?
No, the CIA.
And what is it that trolls do? She asked. I'm sure no one ever explained it to me.
Oh, shit, man!
Watch your language. And relax. They can't trace it, and they can't report it. It's part of the missing Iran-Contra money.
If it does turn up, they have to explain it. I gather up the treasure people hide and forget, he answered. The wasted wealth that does no one any good.
So what are you, Robin Hood?
And what do you do with it? She asked.
Rob the rich, give to the poor?
Why not? I wait, he replied, until one comes along who is pure in heart. And he handed her the treasure. But I am not pure, she said, knowing well her own faults.
Oliver gives Mary Ann stacks of the bills.
There's about $20,000 there, enough for a start, an apartment, tuition, and books. You'll have to work for the rest if you want it bad enough. If you need a job, check with Sherwood Florist. No, he said gravely, but knowing what you are not is as important as discovering what you are.
Wait a minute, where are you going?
Snake hunting.
He kisses her hand before taking his leave.
See you around, princess. His face twisted into a misshapen grin. And most of all, he said, you share your smile with those who have none of their own.
Dinah wakes to the sound of arrows striking a tree in her yard.
Oliver? Oliver!
She rushes outside, only to find Shado instead.
I wondered what you'd be like. And I, you. I hope I haven't disappointed you. You are much as he described. He spoke of me? Often. Even in the delirium of fever, he lies with you in his dreams. I think he must love you very much.
Dinah notices Shado's child when she takes his hand, still wearing the arrowhead pendant given to him by his unknowing father.
I see.
Mary Ann finally buys the wedding dress from the window.
One of a kind. Who's the lucky man?
As she stepped into the sunlight, a golden coach was waiting to take her in search of the prince she knew was out there somewhere, waiting for her to recognize him.
She gets in a taxicab.
Where to, miss?
Someplace nice.
She thought of the troll and wondered where he was, and if he was safe.
Oliver watches her leave from a rooftop.
And she lived happily ever after.
Later, when Eddie Fires leaves his hotel, a green arrow hits the wall beside him.
Huh?
A news report on television explains the mechanics of the bombing, also attributing to luck the fact that the blast was minimal, due to the recently moved munitions. Repairs are underway and the canal is reported to be reopening soon. Green Arrow's image fills the screen.
The attack is believed to be the work of pro-Noriega forces working with this man, Oliver Queen, a self-styled adventurer who was being held in the bombing incident. Queen, who escaped government custody while being transferred to a maximum security detention center at Fort Lewis, Washington, is still at large, despite a statewide manhunt involving local police, FBI, and over 1,000 National Guard troops. The Black Arrow Saga, Part 3, Quarry. Shado's child plays happily.
Every time you come into his life, you change him in some way. You nearly got him killed, but when you call, he drops everything. There's something between him and the bow, a union that I can never share. Did you know, I've always been jealous of you, even when you fought, because you share a common bond as simple as a stick and string. And now it seems there is something else which I can never share. I would like to hate you,
Dinah turns away.
but I can't. Not really. Oliver wanted a child of his own more than anything. I tried to give him one, but I couldn't.
Her eyes fill with tears.
I'm not able to anymore. He spoke of you often, always with great love. He has one dream of joy, and that is to live and grow old with you. His only sorrow was that you did not want to have children.
She turns back to Shadow.
No, I didn't. Because of the responsibility and the danger in our lives. I didn't want children, until I almost lost him. And then I realized that if he were gone tomorrow, I'd be left with nothing of him. Eventually he'd be lost to faded memory. And now it seems I've lost him anyway.
No. Shadow picks up her boy.
He doesn't know the child is his, nor does he remember anything of how it happened. Oh, spare me the bullshit, lady. It was when he was injured.
Dinah points at her accusingly.
You mean when you shot him? Yes. What is that? Some sort of strange mating ritual? Even a black widow waits until after to... He was sick with fever. Not too sick, obviously. He called me by your name.
Shadow lowers her head.
It was foolish of me, I know. But here was this man, a good man, who might be dying because of me. A man whose total devotion and love belonged to another. He had a long and happy relationship with a woman he loved, more than his soul. I saw him that night in the warehouse. I saw his horror and his rage.
Both women remember seeing Oliver's arrow pierce Jankowski's heart.
I saw him kill for you. I knew from that moment that he was yours, forever. And so I did a selfish thing. I took a part of him. It was wrong, but it's the only thing of him I will ever have, and the only thing I could give him, a legacy. You must know that no matter what, there will always be a part of him in this world. Do you love him? It doesn't matter. What does matter is the reason you sent for me. Do you? I scarcely know him.
Eddie Fires walks the street before his hotel late at night and lights up a cigarette. Suddenly, a green arrow strikes the wall by his head. And he returns fire with a handgun, causing the archer on the rooftops to run. Eddie pulls the arrow from the wall.
You got no sense of humor, Queen.
Nah, you're a dead man. He picks up his spent shell casing and flees before the police arrive. Inside, Dinah explains Oliver's situation to Shadow over coffee.
Can you imagine the absurdity of a man like Oliver being charged with treason? He loves this country more than anyone I know, because he loves the dream it was built on. I wonder how he feels now. Oliver escaped a week ago. They have 1,000 men combing the hills searching for him. But they won't find him. Not out there. He's here, in Seattle, and he's going to hunt down Fires and kill him. And then there won't be anyone who can clear him. That won't make any difference to Oliver. He has nothing left to lose. I know I could find him. I even know where to look. But the FBI follows my every move, and I'd only lead them to him.
Outside of Sherwood Florist, FBI agents in a car remain on stakeout, while inside, Dinah picks up Shadow's bow.
Oliver has learned to kill, but he's not a murderer. Yet. If we are to save him, we must find him and stop him before he finds Fires. Only you can do that, while I try to find more information. And will you look after my son?
Dinah nods solemnly. Oliver visits an electronics store in his bald guise, passing an elderly couple and a tabloid headline reading, "Psychic says Queen, son of Trump."
As he leaves, he notices a gang of punks harassing the elderly couple on the street.
Don't give me that shit, man. Just give me the cash. Come on, get it out. But please don't hurt us. Just take what you want.
Oliver wants to intervene, but he can't risk exposing himself right now. Like everyone else, he is compelled to walk on by.
We always do, man. All you people just stood there. Why wouldn't somebody help us?
In his hotel room, Eddie talked with his handler on the phone.
I tried to tell you this guy is nobody to mess with, but you wouldn't listen. I know. You figured they'd run underground in a couple of days, and in the meantime give the FBI, the National Guard, and the press a little shooting practice. Well, it's been a week, and now this son of a bitch is shooting arrows at me. I'm telling you, he's here, in Seattle, and he's a little pissed at being set up.
Eddie drinks a shot of whiskey.
I don't want to hear it. I hired on to do a job. It's done.
He opens a suitcase containing an array of guns and explosives.
I'm on my own, and from now on, I'm shooting back.
Dinah drives out in her business van and is immediately followed.
There she goes. A little late to be delivering flowers, isn't it?
Not too close. Don't spook her.
Sooner or later, she'll lead us straight to Queen.
As she turns down an alley, she bumps a stack of boxes, and Shadow leaps out the back while the van is momentarily out of sight. She hides behind the boxes while the agent's car passes by, then slips away into the night. Dinah stops to give a patrolman a free bouquet. But, I didn't order any flowers.
It's part of our promotional giveaway. Congratulations.
Thanks. The gang of punks celebrate their evening's work.
Did you see the look on that old geezer's face when he thought I was gonna cut him? Man, I should have done it, just to see what he'd do. Probably brown his drawers. Yeah, man, should have did him. And the old lady, too.
The lead punk lights up a spliff. Hey, give me a hit off that. As his friend reaches for it, an arrow slices it down the middle.
Huh?
Oliver confronts them as the Black Arrow. You guys ever watch a recycling operation? They grind up garbage and pick through it to reclaim the pieces that are salvageable. Now, we all know there's good and bad in everyone, but I can't for the life of me see what earthly purpose you guys serve. He sets down his bow and quiver. And so, I've decided to recycle you. Ollie knocks one down with a palm strike while kicking another into a pile of boxes. He kicks the first thug in the chin and the boxed one when they get back up. Oliver unleashes a combination of punches on the other two while dodging their counterattacks. He slams one's head into a wall and knees the last one in the crotch. Oliver walks away from his defeated opponents, having served what justice he can. This is still my town. Ollie returns to his underground hideout and lights an oil lamp by an arrow raised up on a table. Only to find Eddie Fires waiting for him. I presume that's for me. Continued. The news reports have given way to entire programs dedicated to examining and reenacting the crime, with Oliver's face and identity as Green Arrow still plastered all over them. The newspaper reports the president's plans to increase troops in the region as a response. Meanwhile, Reggie receives a phone call warning him about the archer with him in his sights. With a dead guard at his feet sporting an arrow in his back, Reggie is all too ready to listen. I presume that's for me. Don't flatter yourself, Fires. Nothing personal, but you're nothing special. Oliver holds up the arrow from the table. And this is a very special arrow for a very special man. So I just rate a regular green one, eh? Like this one you shot at me last night? Eddie holds up his own. Not a very professional attitude, Queen. Professional? Hell, if you kill everybody who double-crosses you, you'll be out of work in a second. So you admit it was a setup? Of course it was. Oliver triggers a tape recorder in his back pocket.
And you admit working for pro-Noriega forces to sabotage the Panama Canal?
Wait a minute. Wait just a damn minute. Noriega? What the hell ever gave you the idea I was working for him?
But you're sure as hell not going to give me that bullshit about working for the DEA.
No, that was a cover. I work for the same people I did when we first met. The CIA.
Let me see that arrow. Take a look. I use a speed knock. This little ridge on the side by the cock feather lets me index an arrow on the string by feel. Handy if you're in a hurry. You don't have to take your eyes off your target. This is a target knock. It grips the string slightly and gives a nice uniform release. But it's slower, and you can get the arrow on the string upside down. It's one of my handmade heads, all right. But I have left a few of these things behind.
Sticking in things, you mean? Architectural and anatomical?
It's not my arrow. And you know I didn't shoot at you. Eddie pulls his gun.
How do I know that?
You're still alive. They draw on each other. When suddenly Shado's arrow flies between them.
Huh? Stop this!
The Black Arrow Saga, Part 4. Hunters and Killers. What the hell are you doing here?
Stay out of this, lady. This is between me and William Tell here.
You cannot do this thing.
Maybe he'll kill me. He's already ruined my life.
Do not destroy it by becoming a murderer.
What's left to destroy?
Dinah. She asked me to find you before it is too late.
It's already too late. They took away everything. Everything. Oliver lowers his bow. What the hell happened? I was happy.
Let me tell you something stupid, Queen. I believe you.
Eddie gets up.
But you're going to have to believe me when I say we're both being set up. Who the hell do you think shot the tire on the car that was transporting you to the Fort Lewis lockup? And guess who gave the orders? And now the same people are setting me up. They shoot at me with a green arrow. If they hit, you take the rap for murder. Revenge against the guy who set you up. If they miss, I get pissed and kill you. Then I take the heat alone. Only they're not going to let me get into a courtroom any more than they would let you. If they did, they might have to answer questions they don't even want asked.
You expect me to trust you?
Bit of a stretch, isn't it? But you're going to have to, because you know it's true. I could have shot you in the back when you walked in here.
And if I don't? Eddie throws his arms open wide.
Then shoot me now.
Ollie shoots him.
Son of a bitch! You did it! I don't believe that!
Don't give me that outrage bullshit, Fires. I'm not stupid enough to fall for it. And you're not stupid enough to come here without hard body armor. Steel?
Ceramic and Kevlar. Lighter, and it takes up to a 30-06 point blank.
Eddie yanks the arrow out.
Yeah.
I don't trust you, Fires, but I believe you. Let's go pay a visit to your boss. Gunshots ring out, and Eddie is hit as the trio are ambushed from both ends of a tunnel. They scatter as more shots are fired, Eddie and Shadow shooting back one way as Ollie goes the other. He takes cover, but takes a round in his side. Shadow shoots an arrow through a man's neck, as Eddie takes another slug in his shoulder. Oliver kills one of the two gunmen on his side as the other sprays bullets into the darkness. He shoots the other one as Shadow finishes off the men on her side. One last man escapes Ollie with an arrow in his leg, and the fight is over.
Who are they?
Never saw them before.
I have.
How the hell did they find you?
Maybe they followed the groove you two wore in the pavement. It's like Grand Central Station around here. Shadow finds a tracker among the dead.
Or perhaps Mr. Fires is carrying a homing device.
Hey, I got shot too, you know.
I also remember you're the only one of us wearing a bulletproof vest. Who else knew you were coming here? Oliver finds the tracking bug hidden on Eddie's lapel.
No one. But they knew I was looking for you.
All they'd have to do is follow and wait.
Bing bong.
Later, Oliver, Shadow, and Eddie stand on the roof of a tall building downtown.
Are you sure he'll come?
I'm sure. How can he resist? Inside, 2 men arrive at the door of a third. What the hell are you doing here? We got your message. I'm giving him a perfect target, and since I'm here, he knows he's got to do it. Watch for the muzzle flash. You'll only have a few seconds before he moves. Message? I never...
Be careful.
Just don't miss. Ollie ties a rope to himself and prepares to rappel down the side with Eddie. The black arrow crashes through an apartment window. He rolls as he lands, rising with an arrow drawn. Try it. Please, just give me the slightest excuse. You're crazy coming here, Queen. Crazy? You don't know what crazy is, but you might get your chance to find out. Now sit. Ollie tosses the beacon onto the table. What's that? A bug, planted by someone who wanted to know where to find me and Eddie Fires together. 2 birds with 1 stone. I don't know anything about this. I know, or your men wouldn't have bothered trailing Dinah. No, the man who planted this just wanted to know where to send his hit squad. They won't be joining us, by the way. But I'm betting that before we're through, someone is going to fire a shot through that window to kill me. Probably the same guy who shot a green arrow at Eddie Fires tonight. It may take him a while to get in position, so I'll explain this to you. Especially you, Mr. Whatever your real name is, because your agency, the DEA, is the only one that wasn't involved in this. Of course you couldn't be, since I thought I was working for you, and your honest denial would serve to tighten the noose around my neck. It's also doubtful you would have gone along with the deal involving cooperation with a major drug cartel. A man with an attaché case enters a building. All of this starts with Eddie Fires offering me a deal, information as to a certain party's whereabouts, in exchange for planting a tracking device inside a drug shipment bound for the U.S. from Central America. Only it turns out to be a bomb, and a U.S. Navy ship gets sunk inside the Panama Canal. The next thing I know, I'm told Fires is working for a pro-Noriega faction, and I'm under arrest for terrorism, treason, and sabotage. But a strange thing happened on the way to the lockup. Fires, under orders of course, sets up my escape. Suddenly I'm public enemy number 1, subject of a statewide manhunt. My picture's splashed across every tabloid and news magazine in the country. The man with the case begins to climb the stairs. But your little scheme went haywire. I didn't fall obligingly into the hands of the National Guard troops you sent to find me. In fact, you'll be lucky if some of them can find their way out of the mountains. And you knew I wasn't going to run away while the answer was here. Then someone shoots an arrow at Eddie Fires, a green arrow, which doesn't hit him, but does sort of piss him off. Handy either way, since he didn't know he'd been set up to share the fall. Fires dead with my arrow in him is pretty strong evidence to hang me. Alive, he becomes a neat instrument for murder. After all, he thinks it's self-defense, right? So Fires and I hunt each other, and I was after him. And whoever wins, you have a fall guy to hang this on. The man opens his case on a rooftop across from the window Oliver broke through. Mr. Queen, you must believe me, there was never any intent to bring you to trial. No, because in court you would have had to answer some tough questions yourself, such as why the drug smugglers picked that particular ship, why the munitions were removed from the magazine just before the ship entered the canal, and why there was just enough left in just exactly the right spot to add to the blast, and who had a reason for wanting this done, and then the media would want to know why. You must understand our position, Mr. Queen, and the need for all this. The Panama Canal is of vital importance, both in economic and strategic terms. It passed from our control once with nearly disastrous consequences. A vicious dictator held the world's economy in the palm of his hand and used his power to humble any nation who challenged him, including the United States. Well, we're finally rid of him, but his influence and the security of the canal demands a strong military presence, and I'm afraid that was an unpopular little war. Inside the case are the pieces of a sniper rifle. The public wanted the troops, their kids, home safe again, real soon. But the transition of power hadn't exactly been smooth, and it was looking like we'd need to increase the troop levels instead. In other words, you needed a highly visible excuse And you picked me. It could have been anyone, but yes, you fit the profile we were looking for. Highly visible, reactionary, known to step outside the technical bounds of the law, champion of lost causes, tilter of windmills. The man assembles his gun. And so you destroyed my life, made me a figure of public shame, hunted me like an animal, branded me a traitor to my country. I've already explained this was to be cleared up before it ever got to court. How do you clear up something this size? Can you catch every lie and wipe it from everyone's memory? Well, naturally, there would be press releases. Nobody ever pays attention to the guy who's exonerated. It's not news. It's buried behind the obits. Oliver's back is lined up in the rifle's crosshairs. You're right about one thing, though. This never would have gotten into court, because long before I got a chance to speak, I'd have been killed. Mr. Queen, I cannot tell you how dismayed I am to learn of this travesty of justice, and I swear to you I will do everything in my power to see that the truth is told. But I think you may be, exaggerating the extent. Am I? The man fires, and the black arrow goes down. Shadow sees his muzzle flash from her rooftop and lets her arrow fly. Jesus! Oh my God! This wasn't supposed to happen! The assassin is struck through the heart. He was right. It was all true. Look, he made his own bed. The case will still stand. Will it? Ollie stands back up. I don't think so. Unless you killed these guys, too. Shortly, down by the docks, Oliver meets with Eddie and gives him back his bulletproof vest. Thanks for the loan. You're just lucky Smith can't handle a headshot past 100 yards. Got something for you. Eddie brings Reggie out from his car in handcuffs. Figure I owe you. Mandel! Go ahead. He's all yours. Oliver takes out his special arrow. I made this for you, you bastard. I swore I'd drive it through your heart. This is for all the lives you destroyed with your drugs. For all the pain. The waste. He aims his bow. Bullshit, man. It's for revenge and nothing else. So do it. Oliver hesitates. Yelling in frustration, Ollie shoots his arrow out over the water. Ah! I knew it, man. Ain't got the stones for a hard kill. So go ahead. Take me in. You ain't gonna stop me. Slow me down a little, that's all. But I'll be right back where you found me. On top. Doing my thing and selling joy. Oliver walks away, leaving the Black Arrow identity behind. Congratulations. You're not a cold-blooded murderer. Yet. Eddie casually fits a silencer on his gun. Thank God I am. And shoots Reggie in the head. Epilogue. Oliver and Shadow return to Sherwood Forest. Dinah gives Ollie a pained look. While Shadow scoops her boy up in her arms. Meanwhile, a package is delivered to a major TV news station. Sir, this tape just arrived from Oliver Queen. The terrorist? Yes, sir. Well, let's give it a listen and see what that lunatic wants. The President of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush, waits in his office aboard Air Force One, which sits parked on a runway. What makes you think he'll come? Oh, he'll come. Not because of some summons to a royal audience, but because this is what he really wants. A chance to kick my ass. And I don't blame him. On his desk sits a familiar placard reading, "The buck stops here." Here he comes. Show him in. Sunday on the tarmac with George. Oliver Queen approaches the plane and he is frisked by armed Secret Service agents. Please excuse the necessary formalities, sir. He's waiting for you. You can go right in. He ascends the stairs and enters. Good evening, Mr. Queen. Please, have a seat. Ollie sits down. I appreciate your coming, and I hope you can appreciate the importance I place on this meeting. I've left a considerable body of legislation awaiting my attention to. I hope you can appreciate how little I give a damn. The Secret Service agent jumps. That's all right, John. Leave us, please. Mr. Queen, I've asked you to come here today to offer you a proposition.
Why did I know that was coming?
I don't know if you considered the far-reaching implications of the situation. It can be the hottest political potato since the Iran arms for hostages unpleasantness. This morning we received a phone call from a certain TV newsman. The purpose of that call was to give me an opportunity, as he put it, to speak on behalf of the United States government in this matter. Naturally, he'd like nothing better. So, naturally, I declined. George puts a hand on Ollie's chair. I don't know exactly what evidence he has, but his knowledge convinces me that it is sufficient to prove the charges you have made. It's clear to me that certain members of the U.S. intelligence community, working in conjunction with the FBI and, perhaps unknowingly, the DEA, have conspired to bring about the current crisis atmosphere in the Panama Canal Zone. And they used you to perpetrate this act.
They set me up!
There can be no doubt that their actions were reprehensible, and I extend my personal apology on behalf of this nation for the wrong done you. George puts a hand on Ollie's shoulder. But before we condemn these men, let us look at their motivations. The Panama Canal is the single most crucial navigable waterway in the Western Hemisphere, both economically and strategically. He points to Central America on a globe. Without it, commercial shipping would have to round the Cape as they did a century ago. The additional time and expense would cripple world economy. From a military standpoint, it means the difference between having a mobile fleet and the necessity to duplicate fleets in the Atlantic and Pacific. Who controls the canal calls the tune. I'm afraid for a long time we'd been dancing to the tune of a madman. Now we are free of him, but in his wake there will come others, eager for power. And make no mistake, there is a great deal of power at stake here. The security of our nation could hang in the balance. And for that reason, I want you to ask yourself, was this all really such a bad thing? No doubt the action of these men was deplorable, but it's done, and here we are. The canal is secure. The American people are in support of their military. And no one got hurt. Ollie angrily rises from his seat, towering over the leader of the free world.
No one? What about me?
Oh, I must have made a sweet target for the propaganda mill. First they arrest me, then they arrange my escape to add a little fuel to the old patriotic fires. They hunted me like an animal, and when they couldn't catch me again, they set me up to be killed. Well, they don't seem to be having much luck with their assassins these days. Ollie picks up a magazine with his face on the cover. But you know, of all the bullshit I've had to go through, the part I resent most is what they did to my name. He crumples it. They spread my face over every news rag and TV station in the country under the caption traitor, and throws it back down. They picked a loyal American, a guy who had bought the whole god and country line of crap. Oliver takes the American flag in his hands, considering it. A man who thought this still stood for something, despite the fact that it's been spit on, burned, and dragged through the dirt of every miserable political war since Vietnam. I believed in it. He grips it before him in his fist like a cape. You tell me, how am I supposed to forget that? Then you won't reconsider? Ollie throws the flag over the president's shoulder. Kiss my ass, sir. You can tell your man outside, the one with the sniper rifle, he better not miss. Oliver walks back down the stairs in the crosshairs of a rifle. I have target acquisition. Sir? No, I don't think that'll be necessary. This thing has gone far enough. The president looks at the flag in his hands, also considering it. Tell the press secretary to issue the statement we prepared. That should pull the fang out of the TV news hounds. Why is it always some guy named Oliver? The White House today has revealed the discovery of a plot within the U.S. intelligence community to demonstrate the basic lack of security in the Panama Canal Zone by grounding the U.S. Navy vessel inside the canal. Pro-Noriega forces had been blamed for the sinking of the ship, which tied up traffic through the canal until this morning. when it was successfully refloated and towed out of the canal for further repairs. The move, led by a handful of members of the CIA, has been described by the president as misplaced patriotism on the part of a few individuals whose motives exceeded their good judgment. The president has called for the immediate resignation of those involved and promises a full investigation. The Attorney General has dropped all charges against Oliver Queen, who was duped into planting the explosive charge aboard the ship, and who became the subject of a major manhunt following his escape from custody. Ollie hurls his TV into a wall. Later, Oliver calls the TV news station. "I'm sorry, Mr. Queen. He did what Nixon and Reagan should have done. Beat us to the punch with a full disclosure. It's over. We gave it our best shot. But it's hard to shoot at a man who admits to a mistake. It's in the hands of the people now. And unfortunately, the public loves to forgive. Everyone but me." Ollie looks out his window where a hammer and sickle had been spray-painted on his front door. Oliver makes more calls to radio stations and newspapers.
"I'm sorry that you feel that way, Mr. Queen, but we gave the story the kind of coverage we felt it deserved."
"We reported you being cleared of the charges."
"Look, no one ever feels the type was big enough."
"Look, Queen, we deal in news. Your history.
It's done. Let it lie."
He slams down the phone.
Ding. "Let it lie," he says. "How the hell can I do that? Do you know people are still pointing me out to cops on the street? Still looking at me and wondering
if I'm a traitor."
Ollie paints over the communist symbol as Mary Ann arrives.
"I never believed you were a traitor."
"You're in the minority."
"Maybe because I've met a lot of trolls who were really princes."
"What are you doing here?"
"You gave me a new start and told me I'd have to work for the rest if I wanted it bad enough. Well, I want it. Bad. But I need a job."
Ollie motions to Dinah inside. "Talk to the lady. She's Queen. I'm Troll Consort." They enter the shop. "Dinah, this is Mary Ann."
"Hello." "Hi."
"She's a good kid and she needs a job. Got a driver's license, princess?"
"Sure. I don't get much practice, but Oliver, we've been doing pretty well on our own. I don't think we really need another driver."
"She helped me when I was on the run. And it might be nice if you had someone around. Reliable. You know, someone you could count on." Oliver and Dinah share a grave look.
"All right. You can start tomorrow if you like. I can start today if you let me."
That's the trouble with today's generation. No enthusiasm.
"Come on. I'll show you around." "Wow. It's almost like a castle. You guys live here all alone?" "Uh-huh." "No family?"
No.
"Man, this would be a great place to raise kids."
Late that night, Dinah wakes to find Oliver standing at the window, lost in thought. She curls into a ball, bracing for what she knows is coming.
"You're leaving, aren't you?"
He pauses. "Yes,
"When?
soon.
Where will you go?
I don't know."
How long?"
A longer pause as Dinah wipes tears from her eyes. "I don't know." She puts a hand on his shoulder.
"Hold me."
Oliver wraps his arms around her as they lie in bed together.
"Tighter. Make it last."
The next morning, Oliver sets out with his bags packed.
"Where are you headed?"
I wish I knew.
"My mom used to say most people spend their lives looking for something. They're just not always certain what it is."
Your mom was a smart lady.
"But then, how will you know if you've found it?"
Oliver gives her a severe look, which says he might not know the answer to that himself. Ollie begins hitchhiking in the rain down the road towards the mountains. Next month, Spirit Quest. A bald eagle perches on a branch in the forest surrounding a mountain. Soon a rabbit runs by on the ground. The eagle spots it and takes flight. A shadow closes in on the rabbit. Spirit Quest. Oliver Queen comes walking out of the deep forest. Eventually he finds a pickup truck broken down on the side of the road.
Took you long enough.
What? An old Native American man approaches.
Ain't much of a walker, are you? Me neither. I used to be, but that was before I got civilized. I've been waiting for you.
What do you mean, waiting? How could you know I was...
Him.
The old man points to a bird in flight.
He's a lazy one. Old, like me. And you woke him up from his nap, and he woke up the deer. And they came by making a racket with their ears turned back toward you. Here's their tracks. Can you fix one of these?
Maybe.
Hope so. But we got a hell of a walk.
Ollie starts to work on the engine.
You're out of practice.
What?
You shot at a rabbit about a mile back. You missed, but the hawk didn't. No rabbit's gonna run under a hawk's nose in this heat, unless he's got a pretty good reason. You went and got yourself too civilized. That's bad for a hunter. Bad for everybody.
You sure talk a lot.
I'm old. It's what I do.
You're a long way from nowhere.
You too.
Yeah. What are you doing out here? Ollie bangs his hand. Ow! Damn it!
Waiting for you.
I'm doing the best I can. Okay, give it a try. The truck starts up.
Get in.
Where are you headed?
What difference does it make? You got no place better to go.
Ollie gets in the truck, and they drive.
Where you been living?
Seattle?
I went there once. Someone told me I should see a city. That was the closest one. Like I said, I used to be a lot better walker.
Where are we going?
I'm going to the mountain.
Which one?
Don't really matter. This is as far as we can drive.
But the road goes on.
Yes, but the way is there.
The old man points up at the mountain. You travel pretty light.
Don't need what I can't get out here. Didn't figure on company.
Oliver takes off his backpack, keeping only his bow and quiver.
You leaving that?
Don't need what I can't get out here.
Hope your shooting gets better, or you're gonna starve.
The old man and Ollie walk up a grassy hillside, passing a mountain lion relaxing in the shade. The old man gives Oliver a hand up a rocky slope, coolly walking on while Ollie catches his breath, drenched in sweat. They make camp with a small fire and hear the howl of a wolf.
Listen, the voice of your brother. He calls to the spirit that moves in all things, and sings his prayer for the return of the buffalo. He is hunting, looking for his pack. He won't find 'em, though. They're all gone, the hunters with the game.
What tribe are you?
I'm stalking wolf, and I was alive when living meant something. The animals all know their names, but men call them other things because it's easier to make something up than to learn something. We called ourselves the people because that's what we were. I've been across this country north to south and east to west. I used to be a good walker. I was invisible in those days, so I could watch everything. Birds, animals, people. People ain't no trick, 'cause they mostly ignore you anyway. Creatures of the forest are something else.
The old man remembers being young and calmly walking past deer as they drink from a stream.
Somewhere along the line I got careless, and people started noticing me. But lately, I've been getting invisible again. 6 cars passed me up before you came along. I've seen things. Some I wish I hadn't. But I got to know that there's some good in any bad, if you learn from it.
Doesn't it make you angry, seeing the way your people were treated?
We made bargains, and any bargain is only as good as a man is honest. We should have known that. But we were men, and we weren't honest with ourselves.
What about what's happened to the land, the waste, the destruction?
There's them that say it's ours to use up. I think that's pretty dumb. A bear doesn't bother owning land 'cause he knows he's gonna die, but the land will go on without him. Owning don't mean a thing, so he goes about the rest of his life. He eats, he sleeps, he mates, and he dies. He thinks it's a pretty good life, and bears is smart folks. That's the way it used to be with the people, but too many of us are getting civilized. Most figure it's the only way to survive in the world today, and I guess if you're gonna live with men, they're right. I'd rather be invisible. How come you missed that rabbit?
Out of practice. The old man gives him a skeptical look. Or maybe because I didn't really need him, and the hawk did.
I think maybe you're getting a little bit invisible.
They both lay down to sleep. You know, you must have asked me 1,000 questions.
I wanted to know who you are.
But you never even asked my name.
I haven't given you one yet.
While they sleep, a pack of wolves roam the night, or perhaps only a dream of night. They chase after a moose, finally bringing the large beast down. The hunters eat their kill, ensuring their own survival. A wolf drinks from a stream.
Spirit making a passage for himself. Spirit making a breath for himself. Out of me, out of me.
Its reflection in the water is Oliver, naked but for his bow and quiver.
He sprang from the ground. Everyone saw him. He sprang from the trees. Everyone saw him.
He stands by the water in the moonlight, then begins to walk.
Spirit making a passage for himself. Spirit making a breath for himself. Out of me, out of me.
The animals all scurry away from him.
Here on the outside, everyone saw him. He looked back at them. Everyone saw him.
Oliver raises his bow to the sky and draws back an arrow.
Spirit making a passage for himself. Spirit making a breath for himself. Out of me, out of me.
Shamaness Huuna, Asiatic Inuit. The old man appears to him, holding a spear, and he points upward.
Follow me to the mountain, my son. There you will find your true name.
Oliver awakens, finding himself alone again. He continues up the hill. Ollie puts on his quiver, then inspects the ground, finding the old man's footprints.
The world before me is restored in beauty. The world behind me is restored in beauty.
He tracks the man, following his path up the mountain.
The world below me is restored in beauty. The world above me is restored in beauty.
Oliver passes another mountain lion, who is alerted, but lets him pass.
All things around me are restored in beauty. My voice is restored in beauty.
Ollie climbs up a rocky cliff and leaps over a small river.
It is finished in beauty. It is finished in beauty. It is finished in beauty.
The mountain chant, Navajo. He balances on a log over a chasm, finding more footprints all the while. You're not this clumsy, old man. You're being charitable. Oliver crosses a meadow filled with deer, and they take no notice of him. I think maybe I'm getting a little bit invisible. Finally, he is within sight of the mountain's peak. Ollie makes camp and sleeps by a small fire, and the old man appears to him again.
You have done well, my son. Come no farther, for the path I walk, I must walk alone, just as you must go your way, alone.
He sees the old man ascend into the sky, becoming a pattern in the northern lights.
The peace you seek is not in the mountains, nor the streams, nor in the valleys, or in the sky.
He looks back down at the earth.
You will search the world over, but you will find it in your heart.
When Oliver awakens, he finds the old man's spear driven into the dirt before him. Hanging from the end is a necklace of beads and claws with an arrow charm in the center. Green Arrow puts it on and heads back down the mountain.
What is life? It is the flash of a firefly in the night. It is the breath of a buffalo in the winter-time. It is the little shadow which runs across the grass and loses itself in the sunset.
The dying words of Crowfoot, Blackfoot orator, April 1890. End of Part 5. Hi, I'm Nick, and welcome to the Fusion Space for today's episode of Radio Play Comics, Mike Grell's Green Arrow 6, World Tour. I've been adapting Mike Grell's entire run of the comics starting in 1988, and this episode will cover issues 40 through 49, picking up the story after Oliver cleared his name of terrorism charges after a national manhunt in Episode 5, The Black Arrow Saga, and left the United States behind to wander and seek adventure elsewhere, and to search for his truest self. A vision of a forest spirit told him he would only find his heart at home, but he would search the earth for it first, and Oliver will do just that in these 9 issues, before finally returning to Seattle and Dinah in issue 50, which will kick off the next episode. World Tour covers what the story tells us is almost a year of time with Oliver and Dinah spent apart, her faithfully waiting for his return with no word or sign, and him roaming from country to country, helping out wherever needed and just taking in the land and people around him. Dinah knew Oliver needed his space after his traumatic ordeal and the violation of his beliefs, and just as he had given her space when needed, she does so with great patience and understanding. But that can't last forever, and another man starts coming around eventually. But that plot will be in the next episode. It's just a background element in this one. Green Arrow will have 3 stops on his tour. First, literally wandering across the border into Canada and interrupting a movie stunt, thinking he's helping a woman falling over a waterfall. Luckily, the film, a rather unkind parody of Rambo, can use his archery skills, and Ollie soon makes a friend on set as well. But when the movie's guns are stolen, it's Green Arrow who will have to track them down before they can be used for evil means. That adventure leaves Oliver across the pond in Ireland when it ends, and next he travels on to rural Wales and lives out the plot of a classic western, helping a rancher to protect ancient druidic stones on his property from unscrupulous big money interests who want his land. They may stop at nothing to get it as well, as murder soon becomes part of the game, and then it's Green Arrow who'll have to give the bad guys the showdown they're asking for. Finally, there are 2 stories set in Africa, one where Oliver is hired to help stop ivory poachers as part of a team of mercenaries. They have plenty of people to track and handle the animals, but what they need is a hunter of men. And in the final story, Ollie stays with the people of the plains and learns about their culture and realizes that it's finally time to go home when he sees that the old ways never truly die. They just get buried under the surface of modern life. But will Dinah still be waiting when he gets back? Again, that will be resolved in issue 50 and the next episode. Oliver has been growing and changing like a real person over the book's 40 issues so far, and that process kicks into another gear here. Having his ideals spat on by the nation he loved has rent him to his core, and in this world-spanning trek, he finds himself again. These stories chart the quest of one man to find his place in the world with all other supports thrown away. This is how one man's self-reliance is rebuilt, how deeper levels of his self are exposed, and how his confidence to be a hero is reborn. Now, let's get on with the show.
Oliver Queen wanders through the wilderness on a calm day, hunting a rabbit. Suddenly it runs away, and Ollie looks in the direction it ran away from.
Huh?
High above a waterfall, he sees a woman hanging from a tree branch, and he runs for the river. The branch breaks, and the woman falls. Hooray for Ollie-Wood. Oliver dives into the river. He soon resurfaces with the helpless victim.
I've got you.
Only for her to remove a wig and growl.
My bleeding hero.
Huh?
God! Jesus Christ! Who the hell are you? And what the hell are you doing in my movie?
Movie?
Yeah, you know, talkies. What people watch before TV.
Sorry, it looked so real.
Well, that's the general idea, Einstein. Set it up again.
Terry, get dried off and get your butt back up there. We got time for one more take before we lose light. And this time, you stay out of my shot! Sorry. Don't worry about it. Terry Moss, stunt coordinator. Oliver Queen, jerk. Terry and Ollie shake hands. Stick around, I'll buy you a drink. I get paid every time I have to do this. Terry returns once they've gotten the shot. I didn't expect to find a movie crew out here. Neither did we. It's a lot cheaper to film in Canada than the States these days.
Canada?
Christ, mate, don't tell me you're a wetback. Well, that's not exactly the appropriate term, but close. I've been wandering around for a while, and they don't exactly have the border clearly marked in these mountains. Guess you'll just have to go home the same way you came in. If I go home. Sorry I screwed up your shot. Oh hell, we've done worse ourselves. But it's interesting. You see, I checked out that pool beforehand, and I knew it was deep enough. You just took a chance to save a girl. Some girl. Not your type, eh? Too bad. Still, that was a hell of a thing to do. What are you, some kind of hero? Not anymore. Ollie, this is Jason Maverick. Sonny's the star of the Jimbo movies. Oh, right. You seen him? Which one's your favorite? The one where he blew up, stuff. And shot the, thing. Yeah, mine too. We did some good work on that one. Well, nice meeting you, Wally. Ciao. That's Sonny Maverick? I didn't think he'd be so... friendly? Short. Oh no, the director walks stooped over whenever he's around. Terry shows Ollie the film's weapons locker. You shoot, you'll learn to do most everything in this business. Ride, shoot, throw a knife, fall on your head. I've been a movie fan since I was a kid. Robin Hood is my favorite. I met Howard Hill once, the guy who did all the stunt shooting for the film. He said the toughest shot he ever made was they died with their boots on. Right. 60 feet between galloping horses. He had the target strapped to a man's back. Did you ever meet him? No, but I met the fellow who took the fall. He said it felt like getting hit in the spine with a hammer. Terry shoots an arrow into a tree. Ollie splits Terry's arrow in half with his own. Say, you're pretty good at that thing. Sorry, showing off. Ever think of making money at it? Not recently. Well, you see, Jimbo is a half Apache Buddhist pacifist who uses a bow to blow people up with trick arrows. Trick arrows? Uh-huh. Never work. Terry and Ollie meet with the director. Usually we use a pop-up, but it would look better on film if we could actually see the arrow flying off the bow and hitting the high priest in the chest. We'll use a wooden block, backed with steel to stop the arrow, and a blood vest over the top. When you hit him, we'll get a nice red splotch for the camera. Can you do it? Hit him in the heart at that distance? I can do it. Soon the scene is set. Whenever you're ready. You want me to squat down a little? No, you're fine. What did he mean by that? Squat down. And action. Ollie shoots his arrow and scores a direct hit. Cut. Print it. What did he mean? Next setup. That night, Terry and Ollie visit a bar in town. You're pretty good with that thing. Ever think of making money at it? Terry holds a coin while Oliver aims his bow for a bar bet. He shoots, but the arrow nicks Terry's hand. Terry picks up the coin. Try again, Ollie. You've got the range now. The coin is stuck to a post with an arrow as the two new friends enjoy shots of a different kind. Ding. You moved your hand. I got us 4-1 on the second shot, didn't I? No risk, no gain, no fun. Crazy bastard. Eventually, a large man gets involved in their conversation.
All I'm saying is, England should get out of Ireland the way they got out of Canada.
Yes, but every time they try, the IRA makes things worse. If they lay off a few years, the Brits would declare victory and leave.
Victory? Not bloody likely, mate. Bunch of poops.
My father was English.
Sure he wasn't your mother?
Punches are thrown, bottles are smashed, and soon the bar erupts into a full-blown brawl. At one point, Terry KOs a big guy about to sock Ollie from behind. Eventually, both men are ejected and begin to wander home. Thanks for taking out the gorilla. Least I could do for a man who saved my life. You fight like an Irishman, Ollie, boy. Well, I am. Part. The rest is... You're not Welsh, are you? Dreadful place, Wales. Always raining. Huh. I might be. I know a place just like that. After tonight, I'd say I'm about 1/5 Scotch. We'd better turn in. I've got to get up and get shot tomorrow. Twice. The next day, the director preps his actors.
In this scene, Jimbo arrives a split second too late to stop Susan's death on the Devil's altar. He goes berserk and machine guns the neo-Nazi devil worshippers.
I thought he had a bow.
Well, now he's got a machine gun.
Where did he get it?
Maybe he took it from one of the dead Nazis. How the hell do I know? I just got paid to film this shit.
Well, shouldn't they have guns too? I mean, Jimbo wouldn't shoot down on odd people.
The devil worshippers, for Christ's sake. Neo-Nazi devil worshippers. Trust me, no one is going to give it to him.
Off the set, Terry swings at Ollie, and he rolls with the punch. Now, but... Blood trickles from his mouth, or rather, the blood capsule. You can blow it out your nose for effect, but it screws up your sinuses. Ready for the guns, Terry. And call it the war wagon, because there's enough firepower in here to start one. Uzis, M16s, even got an M60, you name it. Canadian laws say we have to keep him locked up when they're not being. Terry uses his key to unlock the trailer. But when he opens the doors, it is empty. Oh, Jesus! They answer questions for the police, and Terry tells them someone must have taken the key while he was passed out drunk and returned it to delay discovery as long as possible. The officer muses that the guns are probably already in the hands of the Irish Republican Army. One of the Mounties singles Oliver out.
Just a moment, sir. May I see your identification?
He hands over his license.
Oliver Queen. Where do you reside, Mr. Queen?
I was living in Seattle, but I'm traveling at the moment.
I've seen you somewhere before, Mr. Queen.
I don't think so. The horseman with dark glasses looks him over carefully.
It will come to me.
The police say this sort of thing has happened before, and the guns turned up in the conflict within the week. They say the IRA need 4 things. Supporters and money come in plenty, and they've seen how easily the weapons get taken. As for the 4th, martyrs, those always seem to appear when needed as well. The film plays, showing a group of robed cultists gathering around an altar.
Bring forth the sacrifice.
A shapely woman in a negligee is carried out.
No, please, you can't do this.
Ah, but we can, and no one will ever know or care. You're just a cheap tramp, headed for hell anyway.
As she is placed on the altar, the leader brandishes a large knife.
Well, now you can be the devil's bride.
Fall Guy. Jimbo watches from within the trees. He grabs one of the men and stabs him with an even larger knife.
Accept, O Lord Lucifer, the sacrifice of this harlot's blood, that our unholy cause be made sacred in your eyes.
Susan!
The cult leader lowers his ritual dagger over the victim.
Sieg Heil!
No!
The film ends, and the director explains that without the guns, he can't finish the movie's action climax. But the police say the guns are most likely gone for good. Terry lists all the modifications he made to the guns for the movie, but most of them can be easily reversed in a few days.
What is your connection in all this, Mr. Queen?
I've been working for Terry Marsh, the stunt coordinator, doing work for the film.
And how long have you been with the production?
Just a couple of days. We only used him for key shots, bow and arrow gags.
Yes, it seems your reputation with a bow and arrow is rather widespread.
The inspector holds up a newspaper reading, self-styled Robin Hood jailed on terrorism charge, next to Ollie's picture.
You are the same Oliver Queen accused of terrorism and the sinking of a U.S. Navy vessel in the Panama Canal, are you not?
I was cleared. So it would seem.
Yet I find it curious you again find yourself a principal in the investigation of a terrorist group. How do you account for that?
Just lucky, I guess.
Let me tell you something, Mr. Queen. I've seen a lot of your sort. Nothing is ever your fault, yet things have a way of happening around you. Well, something is happening here, and if you are wise, you will stay well clear of this investigation.
Finished?
Not by a damn sight.
Swell. I'll be around. Oliver storms out. Outside, the horseman approaches him.
It took me a while to place you. You've changed.
Yeah, well, I've been through a bit.
I heard.
Where's your Harley?
Parked. Some things are better left to lie.
What do you know about this? Not a damn thing. Only worked here a couple of days. I do have a knack for falling into it, I guess. I didn't even know I was in Canada, for God's sake. Just wandered across the border.
I didn't hear that.
What do you know about the IRA's operation in this area?
Not a hell of a lot. We've got word that a lad named Tommy O'Connor is in charge of an operation that's being put together now.
Any information on O'Connor?
A file cabinet full of his exploits, but not a damn thing that helps. We know he's been active for more than 50 years, so he's at least in his late 60s to early 70s, maybe older. His suspected exploits read like the Scarlet Pimpernel, if one is to believe legend, and he's every bit as elusive. The Brits have managed to catch up with a few of his cohorts, but never O'Connor, and no one is talking. Either they're afraid, or they love him too much to turn him over. They're willing to be martyrs for him.
Sounds a little like Robin Hood.
Yeah, if Robin Hood was a terrorist.
That girl who got crucified, she a friend of yours?
I was no friend to her.
The guys who did it got life.
Small victories.
Yeah, that ought to keep him off the street for a whole week.
I'll be waiting.
Later that night, Terry finds Oliver at a bar in town.
Is this a private pew, or can anyone have a seat?
Only if you promise to get swacked. I can't stand drunken conversation when I'm the only one drunk. How's the foot?
What foot?
The one you heard yesterday doing that fall. You've been favoring it a little.
Let me tell you something about being a stuntman, Ollie. It never hurts, no matter how much it hurts. Unless you want to be unemployed.
Want to tell me about it?
You mean, what's a nice guy like me?
Nothing to tell.
Don't give me that, lad. If it was nothing, you wouldn't be so dismal. And I wouldn't be so interested.
Well, I'll tell you, little buddy. Sometimes it's hard to tell the good guys from the bad guys. Especially when they keep changing hats.
Would you care to translate that into something that actually resembles English?
Remember Charade? Audrey Hepburn can't keep track of who Cary Grant is or who he's working for because he keeps changing.
Ah, and you're Cary Grant.
No, I'm Audrey Hepburn. Cary Grant is this sawed-off little guy with glasses and a woody for my lady. He suckered me sweet. Only reason I didn't kill him is because they were suckering him, too. Then they tried to get us to kill each other.
Who's they?
The government. CIA, the FBI, and for all I know, the SPCA. They needed a patsy, a push button, someone they could point like a gun and know he'd do just exactly what they wanted. Because he was too stupid to realize that his own country might regard him as insignificant. That their cause was greater than the worth of an individual. I'm not talking about a sacrifice you make willingly for your country. Hell, if they had asked. Well, I'd still tell them to go to hell. But I'm talking about having your life ruined because you're about as important as a pimple on the president's posterior. A pain in the ass, but hardly worth bothering with. When I finally proved I was innocent, they said, sorry about that, and went on as if nothing had happened, and expected me to do the same. I mean, the bastards actually expected me to do the same. as if I had no right even to complain. Well, I complained, loud, and everybody heard. And hardly anybody paid attention because Oliver Queen Traitor sounded better in print. And most people would rather believe the worst anyway. So what are you doing now? I thought I was walking away from it, but it keeps following. There's always going to be someone who didn't see that one newspaper or hear the one important newscast. The one that said I was innocent. You know, one thing that didn't occur to those bastards is that I was a pain in the ass as an innocent man. I kinda wonder what kind of trouble I could stir up if I really tried. Bartender, in the event that my friend and I wind up occupying the floor of your premises for the duration of the night, I should like to leave a 7 a.m. wake-up. And bring us another one of these. Whoop! The bottle flies out of Ollie's hand, but Terry catches it. Tch. Oh there, son. No point in wasting good whiskey. My mother always said, son, you'll never be able to hold your liquor if you can't even hang on to the bottle. Mom was a pain in the ass, too. But she was right. I bid you good night. Ollie leaves the bar, and on his way back, he notices Terry's limping footprint by the weapons trailer. Terry finds Ollie lying on the film's altar. He rouses Ollie and helps him walk. Come on, Ollie, wake up. No good staying here. You'll catch your death. You spent a lot of time in bars, Terry. Golden moments. Up you go. Guess I should listen to the expert. I've been known to raise a glass or two. I notice you raise them a lot, but you don't drink much. Not much at all. And when you seem to be drunk, there's nothing wrong with your reflexes. Here's a training, Ollie, me boy. A stuntman needs sharp reflexes to take a fall and bounce back. I don't think you're going to bounce back from this one. Very clever, staging that fight in the bar last night. And it was staged, not just for my benefit, but so everyone would testify that you were stone drunk. What do you want from me, Ollie? Damn it, Terry. I want you to tell me I'm wrong. That my friend isn't an IRA terrorist. You're wrong. Oliver kicks open the altar, revealing the guns. Tell me again. Ah, hell, Ollie. Why'd you have to go and do that for? I had to know. I'm a pretty good tracker. You left your print by the war wagon. You changed shoes, but you couldn't change that slight limp. What do you call yourself, Terry? Patriot? At times. Only when I can get away with it. I'm not anything special, except for what people have made me into. They see me as some kind of symbol. To the Brits, I'm a bastard rebel. To the lads, I'm a hero. They both need me to further their cause. I think you know what that can be like. You don't have much choice but to be what they expect. Your own father was British. You said so in the bar last night. Aye, that he was. A soldier stationed in Belfast. My mother was the daughter of an old IRA leader. When she got pregnant, he had her head shaved in the town square. My father never came back. Perhaps a wise decision. But for me, it meant growing up in shame. And so I changed my name and became a stuntman. But I also went to work for my grandfather and the IRA. I was young and foolish, but when the old man died, I found myself carrying on in his place. I was the only one, don't you see? What else could I do? So I became what they expected of me, and carried on in the old man's name. Tommy O'Connor. That explains the case history spanning half a century. But before you condemn us, ask yourself, are we any different from you? Look at your own country, and think what it must have been like under British rule. And think what it would be like now without the revolution, without men to stand up and fight for what you know is right. And then, tell me I'm wrong. I don't have time for this, Tommy. Kill him and be done. Ollie and Tommy draw on each other. And Tommy lifts his gun. No, it won't be necessary. Will it, Ollie? Because you know exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes you don't have any choice but to be what they've made you. Oliver watches Tommy walk away. Next issue, conclusion. The director rants to the cast and crew. I don't believe this. 1,000,000 miles from Hollywood, 18 days behind schedule. All our weapons are stolen, and my stunt coordinator turns out to be an IRA terrorist.
I wonder if Hitchcock had days like this.
Jeff?
Oh, swell.
I was thinking, maybe this isn't such a bad thing. I mean, maybe we could use this in Jimbo 5.
Ugh.
The police let Ollie have it.
Why? Why did you let him go?
Because he was right. We are alike, just different ideologies, that's all. And I liked him.
He's the enemy, goddammit!
Yours, not mine.
He suckered you! He's responsible for more bloodshed than the PLO!
Then why didn't he kill me when he had the chance?
I don't have an answer for that.
I think I do. He's my friend.
Oh, spare me.
And he's tired. He's tired of the fight. Tired of the bloodshed. Tired of being Tommy O'Connor, the legend. Maybe he just wants to be Terry Marsh again. Maybe it's all he ever wanted.
How the hell would you know?
I know.
Well, maybe you'd like to see what your friend has been up to over the past 2 decades or so.
The inspector drops a very thick file on the table.
We'll skip the first 30 years and concentrate on what's gone on since he inherited his grandfather's mantle.
The inspector explains to Oliver that Tommy is a world-renowned IRA terrorist responsible for the deaths of many innocent people, as well as his oppressive British targets. Notably, in 1987 he packed a bicycle with explosives and sent a child through a British Army checkpoint on it.
That is the bloody legend you let go. His position as a movie stunt coordinator put him in contact with a lot of influential people sympathetic to his cause and susceptible to his charm. It also gave him freedom of movement on an international scale. He's been found out now. He'll do one of 2 things. Pull out all the stops and strike hard before we can find him, or go to ground, give it up and hide. If he never strikes again, it'll be damned hard to ferret out.
He won't do that. He can't. He's got to live up to people's expectations. Be the legend.
Well, at least we know who we're looking for now. We'll get him, sooner or later.
No, you won't.
I will.
Oliver takes a plane to Ireland. Legends of stupid heroes. He takes in the local scenery, kids playing in the street and old men sitting and chatting in a park, and a family passing through an army checkpoint. He sees a green shamrock spray-painted over a Union Jack on the wall. Ollie talks about Tommy loudly in local bars until someone notices, and then 4 men find him outside the establishment.
Tommy O'Connor, is it? A scoundrel and a brigand if one ever walked. And what does the like of you know of the like of him?
He's a friend.
A man like Tommy O'Connor doesn't have any friends.
No, just a pack of hounds. Ollie trips one of them by elbowing him over his leg. Then kicks another in the head. A third pulls a knife, and Oliver elbows him in the face. He ducks a wild swing from the last, and punches him in the stomach. Oliver chokes him and leans in close. Tell him I'm here. Ollie walks away into the night. Sitting by the phone with a bottle, Oliver waits, and eventually it rings. Go home, Ollie. I just got here. Go home, please. Ollie hangs up and looks to his hunting arrows laid out on the bed. Oliver finds a large event in town by following the crowds. He identifies and trails Tommy from it to find his apartment, and when Tommy returns home, Green Arrow is already there, waiting for him. With his bow drawn. How did you find me? It was easy. A legend really doesn't have much choice if he's going to stay a legend. The great Tommy O'Connor would pick something really special for his last hurrah. And this is your last, isn't it? They're closing in, and soon you'll have nowhere left to hide. They'll run you to ground and tear you to bits like a pack of wolves. Funny, people used to hunt foxes because of the damage they did, the nuisance they created, and they all had such a rousing good time that it became grand sport, and they forgot that without the sly old fox, There'd be no chase, no fun. I wonder how the fox feels, being the center of all that attention. Maybe the best he can hope is that they all will remember him when he's done, and talk about him round the fires and in the pubs. Maybe that's all the immortality anyone can hope for. It's enough. How many people are going to die today, Terry? 20? 50? 1? A small boy rides a bicycle up to the security checkpoint for the event. There won't be any last hurrah, Terry. It's not going to happen. He smiles at the guards and rides through with his bouquet of flowers. That's where I think you're wrong, Ollie. The bike passes through the thick crowd of people. I think they'll be talking about this one for a long time. As the train pulls into the packed station, Tommy readies a knife behind his back, and Oliver stands up. Well, now's your chance. A band plays as the passengers begin to disembark. To be a martyr. Prince Charles and Lady Di exit the train and greet the throng of cheering people. Tommy looks toward the trigger for his bomb on a table. The boy on the bike rides toward Prince Charles and Lady Di. Tommy hurls his knife as the bike gets closer. He dives for the switch as the boy hands Di the flowers. Oliver looses his arrow. The boy rides away from the station, and Oliver flags him down. That's a nice bike you got there, son.
A man gave it to me just this morning if I'd give the princess a flower for him.
You know, I've always wanted a bike just like that. The boy walks away, counting a wad of money and smiling.
Crazy Yank.
Blood from his knife wound runs down Oliver's arm onto the recovered bike. Theme. Back in Seattle, Dinah and Marianne stroll down a street filled with little shops and cafes.
There's nothing like the chill of autumn in the air. Burning leaves and the smell of the ocean.
Dinah sees a man relieving himself in an alley.
Mixed with the odor of stale urine. My, aren't we the little storm cloud today? What do you mean we, white man? You're always bright and cheerful. Disgustingly cheerful.
Suddenly, both of their purses are snatched by two punks running by.
Hey!
Both women yank on the straps, halting the thugs in their tracks. They block the men's wild swings, then deliver a foot and a knee to their crotches. The police soon catch up and begin to apprehend Dinah's crook, as Marianne's makes a break for it.
You guys picked a bad day to try that.
Dinah settles the matter with a kick to the face.
I'm gonna get you, lady. When I get out, I'm coming after you.
Considering she almost took your head off, and other parts, I think that'd be sorta stupid, don't you? We've been trying to get this crew off the street for a long time. Thanks. Only, next time, save a little more for the boys in blue, okay? Makes us look like we're doing our job. Have a nice day, Miss Lance.
Have we met, officer?
Aloysius Kaczynski, at your service. But I had to fight every kid in the 3rd grade to get them to call me Kaz.
Even the girls?
Especially the girls. And no, we haven't met, but every cop in town knows you, and your boyfriend. Haven't heard anything about him for a while.
No, neither have I.
Well, in that case, what would you say to having dinner with me sometime?
I don't think that would be such a good idea, Kaz. But thanks for the offer.
Dinah and Marianne walk on.
I think you should have gone out with him. No thanks. I don't have any better luck with cops than I have with itinerant heroes. Have you heard from him? No. I don't have any idea where he is, or where he's going. I doubt if he does either.
A young boy is hunting a rabbit with a bow in the woods of rural Wales when he notices a stranger coming and runs home. Rock and Runes, Part 1. When Oliver arrives there, a rancher with an eye patch awaits him. Come back inside, Laurel. Good afternoon. What can I do for you? Can I trouble you for a drink of water? No trouble at all. Unless trouble's what you came for. No, I'm not looking for any. Just passing through. Ollie takes a dipper of water from a well and drinks it. That would be a good idea to just keep on passing. So much for hospitality. Do you greet everyone this warmly? Not everyone. Mr. Barton should have told you to expect a much warmer reception. Barton? Don't know anyone by that name. That's a nice bow, son. I hope you're not going to shoot me with it. Tommy, get back inside! Look, I can see you got some trouble here, mister. I won't be adding to it. G'day, man. So long, boy. Ollie moves along down the road.
Tom, you shouldn't have been so harsh.
Harsh, is it? We got enough trouble out of stranger becoming part of it. And that one is trouble, right enough. He has the look. Soon a car approaches. It stops, and a wealthy man gets out. Good evening, Laurel. Tom, thought I'd drop in and see if you decided to change your mind and accept my offer. Not by a damn sight, Barton. Told you before, you and your real estate scavengers could find another piece of land to reap. They're not going to get their hands on this place. Think about what I'm offering, Tom. You can retire in style on what you have. Never have to worry about selling your art again. I'm quite happy with my work, thanks. But can you support a family on it, man? A boy like Tommy needs a father he can look up to. He shears a few petals off the rose he's holding. And a woman like Laurel deserves to be treated like a lady. Then he picks up a hammer. Art. What is that? Treasure to one, and trash to another. It'll still be art when we're all dust. Will it? Funny. It seems a bit fragile to me. He swings the hammer back into the air by an ornate carved stone dragon. An arrow knocks it out of his hand. Huh? And Green Arrow emerges from the woods. Who the devil are you? I just dropped by to give Tommy his archery lesson. Today's lesson is sitting ducks. You're an American. Gee, you're a good guesser. Visiting? Just passing through. And you'd best keep passing. I've heard that. But you know the old saying, you can always tell a Yank. You just can't tell him much. There's a long way from finished, Tom. I'll be back. We'll be here. Barton gets in his car and it drives away. Thank you. I must apologize for my earlier behavior. No apology necessary. I can see what you're up against. I'm Tom Jones. And this is my wife, Laurel. And Tomney.
We'd be grateful if you'd join us for dinner, mister.
Queen. Oliver Queen.
Let us at least show you that hospitality isn't dead. Merely wounded.
They all head inside. Over dinner, Ollie gets to know the family, and it seems that in Wales, Tom Jones is as common a name as John Smith is in America. Tom tells Oliver about his land. A stream had been blocked for centuries until his grandfather opened it up, and now Barton, a rich developer, wants to buy the land and sell it off as condos. But Tom would be selling his heritage to do so, and his son's future. He takes Ollie outside to show him. Water pours from a carved stone face into a small stream surrounded by standing stones engraved with ancient runes. This was once a Druid holy place. It wasn't built by the Celts, but by the megalithic culture of the 2nd or 3rd millennium BC. They can just make out traces of the earthwork mound that probably contained a burial chamber. I can see here that the spring itself was the well. According to the runes on some of these stones, this place, like Karnak in France, is a place for heroes to rest on their journey to the Isle of the Blessed. At the very least, it is an ancient device for calculating a lunar eclipse. One's due in a few days now.
You can tell that from this?
No. Poor Richard's almanac. I found this place when I was a lad. I've always dreamed of seeing it restored. Over the years, I've managed to raise the others, but this monster has about got the better of me. The thing is, if I can get this restored and authenticated as an historical site, Barton would never be given permission to flood it, no matter what happened to me. How do your neighbors feel about all this? There's not a man among them who'll stand up to Barton, because there's not a man among them who doesn't owe his livelihood to him in some fashion or another. So, I'm on my own. And as you can see, it's a considerable task for one man to be attempting. Even for two, it may be impossible, but I'm willing to pay you in food and lodging if you're interested in giving it a go.
Well, Tom, as luck would have it, I'm currently between engagements. Tom goes into town the next day for a winch and cable, while Ollie checks the wooden beams of the arch for raising the stone. Laurel takes him inside for lunch and tells him that she's had her fill of wild times in cities, and though she sometimes misses it, this place has become a home like she's never known.
Tell me about America.
America? Land of the free, home of the brave and all that? Not much to tell. A BMW in every garage and 2 bimbos in every jacuzzi. Must have been a hell of a place at some point in time, before all those people showed up.
My, aren't you the cynic?
I guess I had it coming. That's what happens to dreamers. They find reality or rude awakening.
And what is your dream, Oliver?
Once upon a time, it was to laugh, play the rogue, have fun. Freedom, especially from responsibility. Now? Tommy runs in with his bow.
Oliver, will you teach me how to shoot now?
Sure, why not? Out in the yard. That's a pretty nice bow. May I?
My father helped me get it the right shape. He said it was just like sculpting wood.
Must be nice having a handy fellow like him for a dad. Oliver hands Tommy a block of wood. Here, take this and throw it as high as you can.
Mother says he's a dreamer.
He throws it high into the air.
That's okay, because she's always been attracted to dreamers.
Oliver and Laurel share a look of longing tinged with regret as the block hits the apex of its flight and begins to fall. Ollie draws as he raises the bow, snap firing the arrow the instant it is aligned. And it hits the block dead center.
Golly, that was the best! I never!
Tommy excitedly retrieves it. Oliver hands the bow back. You tell your father you both did a fine job of building this bow, Tommy.
I bet you could have built a better one.
No. No, I couldn't. Listen. Chainsaw.
They all rush to the stones to find men trying to push them over and pull down the arch.
No!
Ollie runs in and hits one with a palm strike, and clobbers another with a back fist. A man swings a chainsaw at him, but Ollie decks him and he drops it. One man grabs his arm to hold him still, and another punches Ollie in the face. They soon gang up on Oliver and hold his arms as they kick him and punch him. Then Tom drives up in his truck, making the men drop Oliver and scatter. Perfect timing. I think their arms are tired from hitting me. Laurel and Tommy watch from the trees as Oliver and Tom stand back to back and knock down the attackers with punches. Again and again they get up and are knocked right back down. Finally, the men are convinced to leave.
Well, that does it.
What about steel I-beams? Let's see him try to cut those.
What about money?
I've got a bit. We can get the beams out of a salvage yard and sell them back when we're finished.
You'd do that?
I've got nothing better to do.
I'll have to borrow my neighbor's big lorry. By God, I think we can do it.
Barton makes a phone call to an associate of his father's. They tell Barton they only need to know who's to be gotten rid of, not why. And it's better if Barton does not know how. Meanwhile, in Seattle, the cop Dynamet stops by Sherwood Florist.
Ding. Good morning, Officer
Kaz.
Kaz. To what do I owe the honor?
Oh, just doing a follow-up on those punks you busted the other day.
Is there anything I can help you with?
Do you have any orchids?
My criminal investigation has changed. I've heard of coddling prisoners.
This comes more under the heading of bribing a witness.
The answer is still no.
Okay, if you can't decide, think about it for a while. I'll be around. Kaz heads out.
Ding. What's wrong with going out with him just as a friend? He seems like a nice guy. Too nice. Too funny. Too charming. Too cute. Way too cute. So why don't you? You deserve a break. Doesn't have to mean anything. But it would. It would mean I've given up on Oliver. Don't you know anything? This is the trial period. The separation. When everything seems bleak. Then the handsome prince returns in the nick of time to save the beautiful damsel from a fate worse than... Worse than what? How do I know? They never finished that line.
While, back over in Wales, Oliver and Tom meet a large group of townsfolk gathering at the stones. While buying the metal from the scrapyard, they let on what they were doing. The yard owner Angus told the others, and the people have come to offer their help.
You know, there could be trouble. I'm too old to be intimidated, and some of us still have a feeling for the old ways. Let's do this.
Tommy practices his archery and Laurel serves drinks as the men work, attaching chains to the stone and the metal arch over it, and setting the stones back upright. Raising a rock as... Later that night, they all celebrate at a bar in town.
There'll be a fellow from the British Museum out in 3 days to confirm the site. Once it's been authenticated as a historical landmark, Martin will never get permission to dam the brook and flood the land. He can kiss his lakeside real estate development goodbye. He can kiss mine.
Angus!
Well, he can.
Come on, Ollie. Dance with me.
See you don't wear him out. I've still got the big stone to raise in the morning.
Tom watches as Ollie twirls Laurel on the dance floor.
I like to see Barton's face when he sees a stone a-standing. Then look.
Barton enters the bar with a woman in a business suit, who he introduces as his new negotiator, Miss Catherine James, and who tells Tom she can be very persuasive. Barton drives the point home by describing a worst-case scenario, Tom losing his other eye in an accident, and Laurel being forced to prostitute herself for the family to survive, only for a standing stone to fall on Tom, and for Laurel to have to find another father for Tommy. Laurel and Tommy sleep in the back of Tom's truck as they drive home.
You haven't asked.
Huh?
You're staring, but you haven't asked.
Asked what?
How I lost an eye.
I wasn't.
I'll save you the trouble of speculating. Popular local myth has it that I was some sort of military specialist, SAS or some such, because it makes the story more intriguing. It pleases the neighborhood wag to imagine me some burnt-out reclusive soldier who got tired of the killing. I think the eye was supposed to have been gouged out by some Arab sheik's personal torture for spying on his harem, don't you know?
Anytime you wander away from home for a while, there's bound to be speculation on what you did while you were gone.
Truth is, my carelessness and stupidity caught up to me all at the same time. I was working on a sculpture, no safety goggles, and a chip of marble took out the eye. My own fault. Simple as that.
I like the one about the harem better. Angus strolls back home to his salvage yard, singing a jaunty tune.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. Oh, summer's gone, and who's there?
Suddenly, a pile of junked cars falls on top of him.
from the seat of a bulldozer, Catherine James grins. The townsfolk hold a funeral for Angus. I hope you know what you're doing. Laurel lays a flower on his grave.
How many people do you think will show up to help them now?
Tom pours out a bottle.
They can be controlled once they're frightened.
After Angus has been made an example of, the other townspeople do not return to the stone site. Looks like it's just you and me again, Tom.
What'd you expect?
I don't know.
It's not that they don't want to help. It's just that they're afraid.
I know.
So am I. I didn't think he'd go this far. There's no telling where he'll stop.
If it was him behind it.
It doesn't really matter, does it? So long as there's that question, who in their right mind would stand up to him?
No one. Now, are we going to stand around talking, or are we going to get to work? Finally, Ollie and Tom use the metal arch and the winch and cable to raise the final stone. Just as it sets into place, though, Laurel runs to them in a panic.
Tom! Oliver! It's Tommy! He's gone!
Gone?
I found this!
It's a bill of sale, with a blank spot for my signature.
Tom storms off.
Oliver, don't let him go! Please! I'm afraid what will happen.
Oliver follows him into the house to find Tom taking a handgun out of a trunk. What do you think you're doing?
What does it look like?
Throwing it all away. You do this, and you'll be destroying the life you built here. You'll never be just Tom Jones, the sculptor, again. The stories they tell about you will be a different kind. Ollie grabs his wrist. Even if you kill Barton, he'll have won. And if you die out there, what happens to Tommy and Laurel? Tom shoves him back.
You think I haven't thought about them from the moment I started this? Wondered and worried what might become of them. It's what kept me from going after Barton until now.
He tucks the gun in his belt and takes a rifle from the trunk.
But now he has my son, and I'm going to get him back.
Or die trying.
Or die trying. If Tommy dies, there's no point to any of it, is there?
And if you both die, what about Laurel? Tom looks at his worried wife.
I know you'll look after her, Ollie. Probably better than I...
No! Ollie backhands him. Tom slugs him back. Ollie hits Tom with an uppercut, then a haymaker, then another for good measure. Tom lies knocked out, and Laurel kneels to check on him as Oliver readies his bow.
Oliver, thank you.
Ollie gently touches her lips. Goodbye, Laurel. Barton paces nervously in his office.
What's keeping him? He should have been here by now. He should have been here. Sit down. He'll walk in here and sign those papers without a fuss. Or maybe he'll try to shoot his way in. Either way, he'll come. He has no choice. I'll bet my life on it.
Suddenly, an arrow pins Barton's papers to his desk.
Huh?
You lose. Green Arrow steps down from the window.
Mr. Queen, you are a man of surprises. There's a provision in this document stating that the house and grounds surrounding it remain the sole property of Thomas Jones, or his heirs. You could have had it all. Home, wife, son. But you just couldn't do that, could you? You had to be the hero. Such a waste.
Where's the boy?
Arthur!
A large man stands in the shadows on a second floor above them, holding a knife to Tommy's neck.
As you can see, he is safe. For the moment. But I cannot guarantee for how long. Arthur has a penchant for young boys. So I think it would be best if you hurried back and informed Mr. Jones of the situation. I will have his signature on that document.
Want to bet your life?
Oliver walks away from them, Bo at his side.
You know, Arthur, the thing that amuses me about a 200-pound slime bag hiding behind an 80-pound boy is how much sticks out around the edges.
All in one instant, Ollie turns, pulling, knocking, and drawing an arrow as he does, and Snap fires an arrow upward. It sticks directly in Arthur's throat. Tommy runs free as he drops the knife.
Ollie!
Then falls over the railing. Catherine pulls a revolver as Arthur's body lands on Barton, killing him as well. Green Arrow beats her to the draw, and his arrow is already on its way by the time she fires wild. Ollie walks Tommy home past the standing stones.
You could stay, Ollie. You could live with us. This could be your home.
No, I can't. I don't belong here. My home is somewhere else. Maybe someday I'll find it.
Laurel weeps with joy as she scoops Tommy into her arms. Tom gives a final wave of thanks, and Laurel a look of longing, as Oliver strides off into the sunset. Next month, Africa. A rhino calmly grazes on a savanna in Africa. According to the rules of the Geneva Convention, military small arms ammunition must be full metal jacket. Soft-pointed bullets are considered more deadly and thus, by some convoluted logic, inhumane for use on human targets. A group of heavily armed men stalk the land nearby, startling a deer. This did not adversely affect military strategy, since the FMJ round was found to be a terrible wounder, leaving an injured man to be cared for at an increased cost in manpower, money, and logistics. They paused to check their maps and weapons. In Vietnam, the Soviet 7.62 39mm round with a 123 grain bullet fired at 2,350 feet per second proved to be a moderate killer on man-sized targets. The men slipped past a barbed wire fence. In the United States today, it is a popular cartridge for 40-pound varmints, but it is considered marginal for hunting 150-pound deer. Without warning, their automatic weapons tear the rhino apart. The black rhino weighs 1.5 tons, the white rhino up to 11,000 pounds. Think of it as being eaten by piranha. Round the horn. Ian Carmichael and Jewel, a pair of local guides, find the grim evidence of the poachers, and after they return their charges to safety, they inform the rangers. However, their radio is broken and they cannot pass along the report. Or, as Ian suspects, they simply don't want to confront the kill team. Meanwhile, the poachers kill a tribesman who wanders into their affairs, as Ian resolves to handle it himself. Ian and Jewel find more corpses and the tribesmen, but upon tracking the criminals, they find they have fled across the border to Mozambique, and it is too late to catch them.
Best to let them go, Ian. Over there is only trouble. He'll be back, and when they come, by God, they'll find trouble waiting for them.
In London, a fancy car stops near Oliver Queen and hails him.
Oliver Queen, I have a proposition for you.
How did you find me?
A mutual friend told me you'd be heading this way. Tom Jones.
How do I know you know Tom?
He and I worked together in the SAS. I was there when he got the patch. He told me to tell you Tommy practically sleeps with his bow, and he has a souvenir trophy. An arrow stuck through a small block of wood.
Good enough? He gets in. Good enough. What can I do for you?
My name is Bryant. I'm with SIS International, a London-based security company, which operates mainly for the benefit of foreign embassies. I run a recruitment agency called the International Registry of Ex-Special Forces and Bodyguard Personnel.
Mercenaries.
I prefer the term professional soldiers. There's a man who would like to meet us regarding an operation requiring certain specialized talents.
What sort of operation?
I'll let him fill you in. All I can promise is, it won't be dull.
And Tom seemed to think you had nothing better to do. Maybe nothing at all. He is taken to a fancy office filled with tribal art pieces.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Queen. My name is Thaddeus Chevalier. What I'm about to propose is a drastic solution to a desperate situation. Make no mistake, this has a great deal to do with money. I had hoped, we might prove somewhat more noble in that respect than our predecessors. However, it seems the cold hard facts boil down to simple economics. While it's still the dark continent, Africa is no longer confined to the dark ages. Many nations require an influx of foreign currencies to support growth and development, and much of that currency comes in the form of the tourist dollar. It takes very little imagination to realize that Africa's most unique natural resource is our wildlife, and with time and good management we should have a booming tourist industry. We should have. But it, like some species of animal, is endangered. What we experienced during the wars is happening again because of poachers. People are afraid to come, for fear of running across poachers who shoot on sight. And if they do come, what will they see that they cannot see in a zoo? Case in point, the rhinoceros, all but extinct in the wild, and the elephant following close in its footsteps on that path to oblivion. A tragedy of monumental proportions. Animals that have walked the earth for millions of years have seen the human race rise from beast to master, about to vanish forever. These photos were taken within the past month alone. I hope you have a strong stomach, Mr. Queen.
Thaddeus shows Oliver pictures of slaughtered elephants and rhinos as he explains that the tribespeople used to be allowed to tend the animals as their own and take value from them, but the laws have changed, and now they do not protect them anymore as they have no value to the people, leaving them vulnerable to poachers, who bribe the tribespeople to let them hunt instead. Some are even paid to help, and do, because although the penalties are harsh, and it makes them kill rather than be caught, for many, it is still a path to survive. Human life has always been the cheapest of commodities. A decade ago, the white rhino population became endangered over most of its range. In the last 5 years, the black rhino population has plummeted as well. In my country, there are 13 white rhino left in the parks, less than 50 black rhino. In the next 5 years, the entire rhino population of Africa will cease to exist in the wild. In 10 years, the elephant will be gone. The slaughter must be stopped. Now! What did you have in mind? Mr. Bryant explains the plan for Oliver to join a team of highly skilled mercenaries supported by many nations, but working unofficially so as not to anger unsympathetic nations the team may have to go into. Their task? To track the poachers and the ivory to the top of its smuggling route, to find the dealers and destroy the market. We intend to declare war on poachers. It will be a small war, unannounced and unnoticed, except by other poachers. For them, the message will be clear. Find another line of work. You'll be working with 5 specialists, including myself and a professional hunter, to track down the killing teams and follow them to their bosses. If you got a professional hunter, why do you need me? He was born in that country, knows it like the back of his hand, and he knows all there is to know about the animals. We need someone who hunts men. Soon, Green Arrow is flown to Zimbabwe to meet the team. Along the way, the pilot points out a herd of elephants, saying that they're next in line for extinction, and not to be surprised by who they find at the end, as it's probably someone ordinary and unlikely, in a position to be doing something they shouldn't. The plane lands in the Zambezi Valley. These are the people you'll be working with, Ollie. Oliver Queen, this is Hans Krieger, demolitions and heavy armament specialist. Angel Hawkins, small arms, hand-to-hand combat expert. She's also a flight specialist. And Ian Carmichael, a local authority. This is his backyard. Christ, he's a kid. Ian is Rhodesian, ex-army. Probably had more kills than Billy the Kid. And remember, that war's been over for 10 years. Big fellow with him is Jewel. Doesn't talk much, except to Ian. But he used to be a poacher, and knows more about that tricks than anyone. I don't think he likes us much. He doesn't. But then, he doesn't have to. Ollie is set to bunk with Angel for the night. Small arms expert. Hand-to-hand combat. Swell.
Don't get any ideas. I'll be sleeping with this.
She holds a gun on him, but smiles.
You'll be sleeping there.
She points to a bedroll on the floor. This is going to be a very long night. On the savannah, a tribesman hunts an antelope with a bow and arrow. As he is about to claim his kill, he finds a shotgun in his face. Huh? Poacher, caught him red-handed. Let him go, you silly sod. Can't you see he's only trying to feed his family? Ian hands him his bow and arrows back. The sort we're looking for use automatic weapons. And worse. Oliver takes one to examine it. Hammered iron on a reed shaft. Not very sophisticated, but it seems effective. Touch that and you'll find out just how effective. That black stuff is poison. Strong enough to knock down an elephant. You'd be dead before you hit the ground. He stashes the poison arrow in his quiver. Oliver is shown Angel's autogyro, their first line of offense. It's got a silent gliding mode and is equipped with high-tech cameras and infrared vision, and the ability to transmit the photos wirelessly. In case she's spotted and attacked, it's also armed with machine guns and 4 air-to-ground missiles, as well as flares and smoke for marking targets.
Think of me as your forward combat air controller.
Oliver is shown satellite photos of some rhinos near Mozambique, which has no export restriction on ivory. The photos were taken by satellites put in place during a war years ago, and reactivated through political persuasion by the people they're working for. Oliver notices the logo of the WWC, which I have to assume is a stand-in for the World Wildlife Fund, as I can't find anything relevant with that acronym from the period. He is also told that he didn't see that. Angel takes off in her autogyro, and the others follow in a jeep. Round the Horn, Part 2. Oliver and Ian get out after catching up to some buffalo. Ian shows Oliver a CC fly trap set by the government, and warns him about the stiff fine for tampering with them. Ostensibly, they want to eradicate a sickness they carry that kills humans, but Ian says the real reason is to create more grazing land for cattle who are vulnerable to it, which would drive away the buffalo. They both stand on a ridge overlooking a scenic river valley. Take a look. Imagine all this under cultivation, crawling with man's machinery, the river clogged with man's pollutants. It'll happen someday, but not just yet. Thank God for the CC. Angel spots a group of poachers and switches her autogyro into a silent glide. She also sees a pair of rhinos directly in their path, as she turns around to return to her team. Angel lands the autogyro.
Your lady rhino has found a boyfriend, and a team of poachers is on their trail.
They review her videotape. 2 AKs and 1 express rifle for the killing. How far?
About 6 clicks near the river's bend. Less if we go in a straight line.
Then we go in a straight line. There they are on the edge of the clearing.
Just a moment, Ian. You don't seem to understand. In order for this to work, we need to follow them back to their bosses.
You mean let them kill those 2 rhinos?
We must work our way as close to the top of the illegal horn and ivory trade as possible, and cut the supply line there.
The poachers raise their guns.
Otherwise, this does no good. There'll just be more poachers along shortly.
They take aim at the rhinos. Suddenly, Ian fires, blowing one of the poachers' heads off. After a moment of shocked silence, the other 2 return fire. All the mercs unload on them, firing in a line. Angel is nearly shot, but Green Arrow takes down her attacker. The 2 rhinos run away. Crazy bastard. You're right, Bryant. There'll be more poachers along shortly. Late that night, Ian follows Oliver as he sneaks out of camp. He watches as Ollie pours out the poison from the CC fly trap. Crazy bastard. To be concluded.
The poachers are out again, this time in a larger group with bigger weapons. Angel spots them and calls it in.
Skylink to base. We got serious trouble. Are you getting this?
Jesus, they got RPGs.
That can't be a killing team, can it?
Oh my god, no! I'm afraid it is.
What the hell are poachers going after armed like that? Ian and his team rush into a jeep to confront them. The poachers unload everything they have on a family of elephants. Round the Horn, Part 3. The huge beasts begin to fall.
No! You bastards!
As the poachers move in to collect their prize, Angel screams down out of the sky at them, firing 2 of her missiles. The poachers return fire as another missile impacts. Angel swerves to avoid the gunfire.
Angel!
She takes a round in the shoulder, and her autogyro crashes into a tree. Ollie and Ian dive for cover as their jeep explodes from a poacher's rocket. They shoot down the poachers with bullets and arrows. Ollie catches 2 through the neck with 1 arrow. Bryant is shot as well. Finally, the remaining thieves flee the scene with their bags of horns.
Well, we're on foot now, but so are they. We'll get them.
Ollie takes a folder from one of the men's bodies. Ian checks on Angel as she recovers against the tree.
Guess I got carried away. Stupid.
No, bloody marvelous.
Take a look at this. These guys have the same photos we have.
Where the hell are they getting them?
I'm going to stay with those bastards and run them to ground. Then we'll know.
There's only 3 of us fit to travel.
I doubt we fares well against them again. We'll have to stay close, but avoid contact. Let them lead us to their home base. No heroics, understand? Look after her, Jewel, and don't take any of her guff. Look after yourself, Ian. Quarry. Green Arrow tracks the poachers through the jungle. Blood trail. Stay close. They come upon a very wounded elephant. Oh my God! One of the herd they shot off yesterday. God knows how he got this far. Bryant stops Ian from shooting it.
Don't. You'll alert the killing team. If they spook now, all this will be for nothing.
What the hell are we supposed to do? Leave the poor old devil to die in agony? It could be days.
I'll do it.
Oliver knocks and draws the poison arrow. I need him turned broadside for a heart shot.
Don't miss.
Ian leads the poor animal to turn. Ollie takes aim and shoots it in the heart, putting it out of its misery.
Why?
Why?
Ian retrieves the arrow.
I'll tell you why. Ignorant armchair naturalists who never spent a day in the bush think the world would be a nicer place if we all just recognized the creatures of the wild as our furry little brothers. They don't realize there's a goddamn food chain out there. Everything eats everything else to survive. That's the way of it. I've killed them, sure, both hunting and culling. There's a bloodbath for you. Killing animals to make way for progress. But when you watch a living mountain of flesh die, and you know that nothing you can do can ever bring it back, sometimes you just want to cry.
Oliver does. The trail leads to a city.
This is as far as I go. There's still a warrant out for my arrest in Mozambique. An old crime. Anyway, I don't like cities. Too many rules. That's your jungle.
Ian and Oliver shake hands. Are you going back to her?
I'm going to try.
Here. Ian gives Oliver a small bound ivory ring.
I think he'd want you to have this.
Ian, just what did you do?
I threw a frisbee over the border.
I bet there's a bit more to it than that.
I bet you're right. Ollie and Bryant track the poachers through the city, following the horns along their smuggling path, but in the end it only leads to a warehouse midway along the route.
This isn't it. What? This isn't the top. This is just a warehouse. A midway point. We need to find out who's behind this.
There's one sure way to send them straight to their employers.
Ah.
They blow up a truck filled with ivory and smugglers. Spying on the operation, they discover an important man meeting with an unknown woman.
Jesus, do you know who that guy is?
I've got a pretty good idea, but I'm more interested in the woman, who gets into a car with the WWC logo.
Look, son of a bitch.
Well, now I know who our benefactor is. And theirs. Ollie and Bryant shake hands. Aren't you coming? No, I think I'll stay a while. I have a feeling Africa's not done with me. Anyway, if I traveled all the way back to London, I think a jury could prove premeditation. Back in London, Bryant storms into the WWC office. Good afternoon, Mr. Bryant.
Here's the evidence.
I don't think you'll like it much.
You stupid bastards. You've been helping them all along.
What are you talking about?
Satellite recon photos showing movement and concentration of the rhino and elephant populations. Do you know who had these?
But that information is strictly confidential, shared only with heads of state as a means of helping them keep track of their dwindling herds.
Did it ever occur to you that some of these gentlemen may be helping these herds dwindle?
Oh. Alone, Oliver takes in a poor, starving village and sees a heavy-set preacher reading the Bible from horseback.
Man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that issues forth from the mouth of God.
Ollie takes out the poison arrow and slaughters the horse. The hungry people soon take the meat from the animal for food. Thankful to he who hath delivered it unto them. Back in Seattle, Officer Kaz strolls by Sherwood Forest with a song in his heart. All at once am I, several stories high, knowing I'm on the street where you live. And all the towering...
You're wasting your time and annoying the neighbors. She's not here.
Story of my life.
You sing like a hinge.
Thanks. A lot. When is she coming back?
Don't know.
Well, when she does, tell her I came calling. Again.
I'll see what I can do, Kaz. You owe me, Kaz. You two on a first-name basis now? Hey, Dinah, he spends enough time here. If you don't take him up on his offer pretty soon, I just might go after him myself. You go near him and I'll scratch your eyes out. So, you thinking about it? Maybe. Do it. Just as a casual, friendly evening. Casual is all it's going to be. I've had one bad experience with a cop already. So you took up with an itinerant hero. Some girls never learn. Where is he? Do you know? I haven't heard a word from him since he left. I read something in the papers about the IRA. Kind of sounded like him. That would be typical for Oliver. Always looking for dragons to slay. But he's looking in the wrong place, Marianne. Until he faces the one that drove him away, he'll never be at peace.
Dinah sadly wanders through her home. She takes one of Oliver's arrows from the wall and brushes her face with its feathers.
Damn you, Oliver Queen. It's been almost a year. Where are you?
Oliver awakens on a small rock plateau in Africa. He packs his gear and climbs down. Then drinks from a pond. Many animals and the beauty of the natural world surround him at the watering hole. The last lion. A jeep happens along as Oliver walks across the savannah. You are a very long way from nowhere. I noticed. American. That explains a lot. Where are you going? I'm not sure. Then join me, for we are all brothers on that journey. The jeep drives across the plain, past cheetahs and some grazing antelope. I am Yatima, Stanley, Queen, Ollie. We can do a stand-up routine on that alone. I was named for the explorer, not the actor. Too bad. He was an American, like you. Naturalized. Actually, he was Welsh. I've always been an admirer of men like Stanley and Burton. It must have been something to see this place unspoiled. I wouldn't know. The deed was done before I was born. I am Maasai. We are the people of the plains, rich in culture and heritage. Now I have been off to university to learn to help my people abandon the tradition. Ollie sees the suitcase in the back, covered with stickers from where he's been. It saddens me to see the way my people have changed, just in my own lifetime. No longer do we wander nomadic in search of the sweet grasses for our cattle. We have lost the old ways, much like the American Indians. They pass by a small herd of caribou as they drive on. The explorers were followed by the colonialists, and the colonialists were followed by change. Inevitable, I suppose, but we are struggling to adapt to 1,000 years of change in a single century. Eventually, black Africans saw the injustice behind colonial rule and rose up to claim our rights. But by then, everything had changed so much that the old ways no longer worked. The only way to survive in this new world was to continue the way of life set up by the colonialists. In my father's time, a boy proved his manhood by going out with spear and shield to slay a lion. Who was he proving it to? Himself? Or the lion? Now there are not so many lions, and the law says we must not hunt them. So perhaps neither we nor the lion will ever know. The king of the jungle watches their jeep go by in the setting sun. As you can see, we have very few cattle left anymore. Once it was the mark of wealth, status, power. Now they are regarded in terms of the market price of beef. They arrive at Stanley's village and find a group of men talking intently. What's all the excitement? Stay here, I'll find out. Stan goes to them, speaks, and returns to Ollie. There's a good deal of excitement. A lion killed a calf yesterday. In the old days, his hide would already be hanging. That night, Oliver communes with the locals around a bonfire. He shows them his archery skill by splitting an arrow with a second shot, just like Robin Hood. Ooh. They invite him to share in their drink as well. Thanks, I think. What is it? A little milk. A little cow's blood. Everyone sits around the fire and watches as a shaman performs a dance, telling the story of a battle with a lion with his movements. As they watch, the dance becomes a full play in the theater of their minds, different for every man, yet guided by the same source. Oliver thinks long, deep thoughts, considering his long battle within himself over his time of searching and wandering. We all have our lion to face, do we not? As, in Seattle, Kaz presents Dinah with a gift.
Chocolates.
Truffles.
So, you think I can be bribed into going out with you?
Sure. I just haven't found the right bribe yet. I've tried flowers, candy.
Why don't you try poetry?
There once was a hermit named Dave.
Whoa! You got me, you smooth-talking scoundrel.
Huh?
Saturday night. Pick me up at 8.
The next morning, Oliver wakes to find Stanley gone. He asks the villager where he is, and the man points to the savannah. Ollie checks Stanley's tracks by his door, then sets off to follow him. He tracks Stanley past zebras and giraffes, until he finds a half-eaten cattle carcass. Green Arrow finds Stanley on the plain in his full tribal dress, hunting the killer lion with a spear and shield. Ollie readies an arrow as Stanley gets nearer. The lion growls, and Oliver hesitates. He sees the look on Stanley's face, and lowers his bow. As Stanley and the lion charge each other, Oliver Queen turns his back on them, leaving the old ways to sort themselves out in this modern world. He has no place here either, and he has decided that it's finally time to go home. Meanwhile, in Seattle, Officer Kaz is being pressured to do something illegal.
No, I don't care what she did to stay alive. Any woman has the right to say no. Only your nephew isn't the type to take no for an answer. Too bad for him, he hit her so hard the stone flew out of that fancy monogrammed ring of his, and we got it. Ex-partner or no, you can't ask me to do this thing, Vinny. He did it, and that's that. He takes the fall. You were young once yourself, remember? But do you want to pay for the rest of your life for a mistake made in your youth?
I still am. That's why you're here. To be concluded next month in Green Arrow 50, Homecoming. End of Part 6. Well, that wraps up this chapter of Green Arrow's story. His time of wandering will end with his return to Seattle and to Dinah. But what kind of homecoming will Oliver be in for, now that she's finally decided to let him go? An explosive one for sure, as Ollie happens to get back just as Dinah and Kaz are on their first date at the Space Needles revolving restaurant, which also happens to be the target of hostage-taking terrorists at the same time. I won't spoil any of that now, though. That's all for next time. As for Officer Kaz, he will be forced to remove evidence from the police locker in order to protect a criminal on trial, or else Kaz will have his own dirty dealing revealed. There's more going on than just relationship drama, and it all comes to a head when we begin our next episode. For now, let's take a quick look back at what Ollie's been through and what he's learned as he makes his way back home. He got to live out a fantasy by doing an arrow shot for a movie, just like his old hero, Howard Hill. But he also learned that new friends can easily become enemies once you know them a little better. You can't just be what they've made you. You have to decide for yourself what to be, and move forward. Then in Wales, Oliver saw the home and family life he's long avoided, the life he might have if he and Dinah retired, maybe adopted a child. He feels the pull. He knows this could be his life, and it would be a fine life, but it would not be enough, nor truly his. The forest spirit outlined the deal to him, comfort and slow death, or adventure and active life, and Oliver knows he is not ready to rest just yet. In Africa, he saw the stark game of survival played out among the desperate, and the corruption going all the way to the top of a broken system, and he likely recognized all too much of the country he left behind in that. The final story, though, put him in touch with the land and the people. He absorbed their culture and learned that the old ways of the world never truly go away, as much as the modern world might try to hide them. And that was his final resolution, that he must face his own lion. His fear of returning home and finding his place there again, and he has finally found the courage to do so. Following the big 50th issue Homecoming special, it'll be largely back to business as usual for Green Arrow in Seattle. There's a vigilante killer on the loose, and the cops suspect Ollie since he just got back in town. He will set out to solve the mystery, but in the end it might be up to Dinah as Black Canary instead. Next, Eddie Fires shows up on Oliver's doorstep out of nowhere, on the run and needing help. And it'll be bullets, spies, and arrows again for 2 issues. After that, a killer is put to death, claiming he's innocent of the victim he's there for. The cops know he's done enough others so they don't care. But Oliver is sure a copycat killer is out there walking free, and he resolves to find the truth over 2 more issues. And finally, a radioactive poison is loose in Seattle, and Oliver must help the police and international agents find it before disaster strikes, over 2 more issues, showing a return to the regular story structure as well as the regular setting. Yep, it'll just be business as usual next time, it seems. But after you've been away from home for a long time, sometimes that's all you really want. See you then, and I hope you're enjoying this series adapting Mike Grell's run of Green Arrow. Take care out there, and, as always, thanks for watching.